Chapter 3900. The Roland's Golden Palace was incomparably huge. Even though everyone had entered, it still seemed incomparably empty. In fact, everyone felt as if there was a world inside. Now that they could enter, they were so excited that they cried, "Look around, where are the treasures?" These people searched frantically. They realized that the main hall was empty and extended in all directions. There were no treasures. Damn it, where are the treasures? Why isn't there a single one? Didn't they say that there were treasures everywhere? In their imagination, the Roland's Golden Palace was a huge treasure trove. When they pushed open the door, they saw Saint artifacts scattered all over the ground. All kinds of 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs could be seen everywhere. However, they realized that the situation wasn't like that at all. Some people screamed crazily. Could it be that Lin Moody had obtained all the good things? It was possible that he had stayed inside for 3 months and couldn't snatch any treasures. Damn it! Quickly find Lin Moody and kill him. Yes, they had to make him hand over the treasures. He couldn't take them all for himself. These people's eyes were red. It was even more so for those holy cities. How could such a treasure trove be taken by one person alone? At this moment, they began to frantically search for Lin Xian all over the world. Not good. Brother Xian is in danger. Murong Qingqing's expression changed. Li Hongxiu also said, "Are these people crazy?" The Crimson Dragon, the North Demon, and the others also said, "Quickly find that kid and tell him not to show his face." At this moment, not only the Golden Crow Prince, but everyone's target had become Lin Xian. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was impossible for him to fight against so many people. Lin Xian didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, he went to the depths of the Roland's Golden Palace. He realized that the 5 sealed halls were now open. Moreover, they were emitting a mysterious aura. He realized that the aura emitted by each hall was different. It seemed to represent different laws. Inside, he found the Sky Hall, Earth Hall, Human Hall, Yin-Yang Hall, and Hall of All Life. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air after carefully sensing it. This palace was truly extraordinary. Basically, it contained most of the nomological laws, other than some extremely rare laws. All the other laws could be comprehended here. In other words, after entering, one could be tempered and improved. Sure enough, the opening of the 5 halls was inextricably linked to the Roland's Golden Palace. Suddenly, Lin Xian turned his head and looked ahead. Had they all entered? He could feel countless auras surging. It was time to settle the grudges. He snorted coldly and decided to take the initiative to attack. Once he dealt with the Golden Crow Prince and the others, he would enter the 5 halls to cultivate. Outside, those people were frantically searching for treasures while searching for Lin Xian's whereabouts. All of a sudden, they froze. The reason for that was because they had discovered a figure walking out from the depths of the Golden Palace. It was that kid, Lin Moody. He finally dared to come out. At that instant, countless gazes were directed toward the direction of the voice. There were even some experts from the sacred city who rushed up and surrounded them. Lin Moody, hand over the treasure. L.E. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. These people's expressions were incomparably cold. Let's see who dares to make a move. The dark red dragon roared, and the dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens, causing everyone's blood to boil. He rushed over. The North Demon also snorted coldly. The phantom of the towering divine tree behind him emitted a terrifying aura. The people of Violet Water City and Wushuang City also came to Lin Xian's side. They drew their swords and sabers. We will advance and retreat together with Senior Brother Lin. Brother Xian. Murong Qingqing came. Li Hongxiu also came. The 2 of them came to Lin Xian's side. At this moment, a group of experts stood around Lin Xian. It was a powerful force. It made the people who had spoken arrogantly before change their expressions. Lin Moody was already so powerful. Now there were so many people, especially Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. They had seen their skills before. They were not weaker than the chief disciple. These people were facing a great enemy. Some of them even quietly retreated. Do you think you can survive just because someone is helping you? At this moment, Lei Zhan walked over with tens of thousands of lightning bolts. Today, you will definitely die. The 9 Qilins also stood out. The first prince and the Golden Crow Prince also walked out. The Golden Crow Prince's eyes shone with a piercing, cold light. Kid marches here. Come and fight to the death. I will let you know that you are an ant in front of me. Lin Xian looked around and then sneered. The Golden Palace was extremely mysterious. There were treasures, but most of them were sealed. Those who had the ability to break the seal themselves. How could it be possible to come in and pick up treasures? What kind of place do you think this is? Also, what I get is my business. Do you have the right to know? I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. At the end of his sentence, the black chains of law on his body rushed out with a monstrous aura of death. The people around him felt their scalps go numb. The people around him trembled in fear and quickly retreated. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they still did not dare to attack when they felt Lin Xian's cold aura. Humph, a bunch of trash. Seeing these people retreat, Lin Xian snorted and ignored them. Then he looked at the Golden Crow Prince and the others. You're so arrogant now. 3 months ago, you were running away from me like a stray dog. Do you think 3 months can change anything? You're courting death. The Golden Crow Prince was furious. 3 months ago, leaving without a fight was a great humiliation to him. He did not allow others to mention it. Now, the other party was obviously provoking him. Kid, I wasn't in my best state last time. This time, I will personally send you to hell. And us. Kid, you will suffer a fate worse than death. Lei Zhan and the other 2 also stood out. Lin Xian, on the other hand, laughed. You 3 losers are not qualified for me to take action. I'll leave you to deal with the toad. He kicked the toad out of the cave. The toad cried out, Damn it, kid, are you trying to trick me again? Then he turned his head and looked at Lei Zhan, the first prince, and the others. How dare the 2 of you come back after being defeated by me? You were defeated by me before. Are you not satisfied? Come and fight me. I'll teach you how to behave. The surrounding people were all stunned. Oh my God, what is the meaning of this? A toad jumping up and down dared to look down on Lei Zhan and the first prince? Did he have a death wish? However, Lei Zhan and the first prince's faces were terrifyingly dark. Their bodies began to tremble. Damn it, it's that toad again. This was the nightmare of their entire lives. That was because they had not been defeated by Lin Xian. Instead, they had been defeated by that toad. Damn, toad, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Lei Zhan and the first prince's voices were piercingly cold and murderous. The surrounding people were all stunned. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that Lei Zhan and the first prince were defeated by that toad? They were all dumbfounded when they thought of that possibility. Chapter 3901. This was truly shocking news. These 2 people were both chief disciples. Losing to Lin Wudi was understandable, but losing to a toad? That was too unbelievable. That's right, they lost to me. Why? Is it embarrassing to lose to me? It's the honor of your life to be able to fight with me. The toad clamored. Lei Zhan and the crown prince were so angry that they were bleeding. The experts behind them were also in a frenzy. Impossible. Damn it, we don't believe it. Lin Xian's people were also dumbfounded. Oh my God, it can't be true, right? Murong Qingcheng laughed. Li Hongxiu's eyes widened. This kid is good. The dark red dragon roared. Ha 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 ha. Ben Huang is dying of laughter. So these 2 trash were defeated by a toad. I'm dying of laughter. What toad? It's the wise and mighty Lord Toad. Although you're this kid's friends, if you dare to shout, I'll be angry. The toad jumped up and down. Xiao Bai came over and slapped him, making him dizzy. Be quiet. Yeah, ignore him. I have a lot of spirit fruits here. Xiao Bai took out the spirit fruits and distributed them to everyone. Little guy, you're really reliable. The crimson dragon rushed up and laughed impatiently. He grabbed a spirit fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. At the same time, he said, "Don't be polite. We're on the same side. Hurry up and eat." "Right, kid? I remember that you still have some golden crow corpses. Take them out and we'll roast them." The surrounding people went crazy. Heavens, this is a life and death battle. You guys are making it seem like you're on vacation. Do you have any respect for the other experts? Especially this dragon, who wants to eat the golden crows. Isn't this provoking the golden crow crown prince? Sure enough, the golden crow crown prince couldn't take it anymore. He said, "All of you back off. I'll take his life. I've made an agreement with him 3 months ago." He took a step forward, and the power in his body erupted. The surrounding people were all sent flying, coughing up blood. The 9-headed Qilin, the crown prince, Lei Zhen, and the others frowned. Then they laughed. "All right, I'll let you do it then. Older brother Xian, be careful." His strength has become stronger than before, Murong Qingqing reminded him in a low voice. Lin Xian smiled. "Don't worry, Qingqing, he isn't a match for me. After I kill him, I'll treat you to roasted golden crow." Lin Xian also strode forward in large strides. Everyone retreated, creating enough distance between them. Fortunately, the Roland's golden palace was extremely spacious, allowing them to observe the battle from a distance. "Brat, go to hell." The golden crow 7th prince did not waste any more words and directly attacked, because he really wanted to kill him. In an instant, his divine flame exploded. The entire sky was dyed red. A vast sea of fire swept out and rushed forward. On the other side, Lin Xian snorted coldly as a golden light bloomed from his body. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed from a quiet and handsome man into a domineering demon god. Aside from the 9-yang divine fire, there were also 2 types of laws revolving around his body. One was the law of 5 forms, and the other was pitch black, the law of death. Buzz! Lin Xian took a step forward. Like a Kuanping, his speed was extremely fast. He left an afterimage in the world, causing most people to not be able to see him clearly before he arrived in front of his opponent. The boundless flames were torn apart by him. A pitch-black hand slapped towards the golden crow 7th prince. He was too strong and too confident. Did he want to kill the golden crow 7th prince with one hand? Everyone was shocked. Lei Zhen, the 1st prince, and the others also had cold expressions. Lin Wudi was too strong and too arrogant. The elegance he displayed made them very uncomfortable. The golden crow 7th prince was even more furious. No one dared to treat him like this, especially now that his strength had increased greatly. A fiery red light bloomed in his eyes. He swept out his right hand and rushed towards the sky. It smashed open like the sun. A terrifying heat wave swept towards Lin Xian. In an instant, the golden crow flames collided with the pitch-black palm. The two had an apocalyptic confrontation. Terrifying laws danced in the air, and the world was filled with cracks. After that attack, the golden crow 7th prince came out forcefully. The golden crow fist swept in all directions. He was really too strong. His entire body was filled with divine power. "Kid, what do you have to fight with me?" Behind him, there was a golden crow phantom that swept across the sky. "You actually blocked it. It seems that your strength has increased in the past 3 months. No wonder you dare to be arrogant in front of me. However, you are too naive. You are still no match for me." Lin Xian also came out forcefully. All kinds of killing methods were endless. Boom! Boom! The two kept colliding, and all kinds of divine powers emerged. The surrounding people were terrified. It was too terrifying. Both of them were peerless powerhouses. Just the aftermath of this energy was enough to make them unable to withstand it. Lei Zhen, the 1st prince, and the others also had solemn expressions. Could it be that Lin Wudi's strength had increased too? One had to know that the current Golden Crow seventh prince was no longer the same as 3 months ago. His strength had increased greatly. To kill Lin Wudi, it should be a piece of cake. Why was it so difficult to separate them now? This made them shocked. It seemed that the other party's talent was really not inferior to theirs. A huge change could happen in 3 months. Such a peerless enemy must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, the other party would completely grow in the future. When he entered the Saint Venerable or Saint King realm, he would be a peerless enemy. Boom! At this moment, there was a violent vibration in front of them, attracting everyone's attention. In the next moment, they all screamed. Lei Zhan, nine-headed Qilin, and the others' pupils shrank. The Golden Crow, tribe's experts, screamed. This was impossible. It turned out that Lin Xian had attacked forcefully. His right hand was like a dragon, and it was like a black, demonic dragon. It hit the other party's fist. It caused the Golden Crow, seventh prince's, fist to shatter. Blood splattered everywhere, and even the bones were exposed. In a contest of physique, the Golden Crow seventh prince was injured. It was too unbelievable. That was a Golden Crow with a body like a real dragon and Qilin. Its physique was unimaginably strong. But even so, it could not win against Lin Wudi. Damn it. What kind of physique did Lin Wudi have? How could it be so strong? It must be the strongest physique. It should be a divine physique of heaven and earth. It was too heaven-defying. Such a physique was very difficult to cultivate. It was unbelievable that Lin Wudi could cultivate to such a level. The experts of the sacred city exclaimed. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. You're not that good. This is your strength. You can't be arrogant in front of me. I'll teach you how to roast today. Ah, the Golden Crow prince felt humiliated. He roared at the sky, his golden hair flying. An even more terrifying aura. It spread out. Chapter 3902. Die. He opened his palms, and 2 golden crows flew out. They were covered in blood-red runes. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. His opponent had activated his bloodline power. He snorted and moved. At the same time, he waved his hands and used stellar transposition. The 2 golden crows were controlled by a mysterious power and collided with each other. There was a loud boom. The sound of heaven and earth shattering could be heard. The violent aura blew everything away. Lin Xian retreated. The Golden Crow seventh prince was also forced back. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, his opponent had broken through his peerless attack. It's useless. I said that you're no match for me. However, the stronger you are, the happier I am. That's because your flesh contains more energy. I'll eat you later, and my strength will increase greatly. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was drooling. This scene infuriated the Golden Crow, seventh prince. The other party had actually said that he wanted to eat him. He couldn't stand it. Now, I'll show you my true peerless technique. The Golden Crow, seventh prince, recovered from his injuries and strode forward. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body as his hands were continuously forming hand seals. The ancient Golden Crow's fourfold attack. A terrifying sound rang out. It made people's scalps tingle. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Lei Zhan, nine-headed Qilin, and the others narrowed their eyes. How was that possible? Wasn't that the lost peerless technique of the Golden Crows? How did the Golden Crow, seventh prince, know it? Did he get it on the celestial fate planet? Damn it, this guy hit it too well. The Golden Crows were stunned. Then they were overjoyed. It was a lost theurgy. Great, His Highness will win this time. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Even Lin Xian's expression changed. That attack was a real threat to him. He used the Peng movement technique and quickly retreated. However, the 4 strikes of the immemorial Golden Crow were truly too powerful. It was unparalleled and chased after him. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't dodge. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Whoa. At this critical moment, Lin Xian condensed the death demonic blade and slashed out. Boom! Boom! When the two of them collided, it was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The void trembled and the world shook. Countless people frantically retreated. Some people were affected and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The terrifyingly powerful death demonic blade had met its match at this moment. This saber only blocked the primordial golden crow's 4 attacks. However, it did not shatter, which moved Lin Xian. Everyone was even more surprised. No way! Was the Golden Crow, 7th Prince, already this powerful? One had to know that the death demonic blade had chopped off the heads of 9 Chilants before. It was so powerful, but now it was blocked. Brat, you can't take it anymore. You'll definitely die next. The Golden Crow, 7th Prince, released a terrifying aura that caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. You're too confident. His body also exploded with incomparable light, as bright as the sun. The terrifying law of death was even more breathtaking. The death demonic blade continued to attack. It carried with it the power to destroy all life, crazily slashing down. It's useless. Primordial Golden Crow's 4 attacks. Kill! He continuously waved his palms, forming 4 golden crows. They were incomparable, carrying with them an indomitable aura. They surrounded Lin Xian 4 times. In an instant, the space where Lin Xian was completely shattered. The heat wave suppressed the light on his body. Oh no, Lin Wuti is in danger. Yes, it seemed that the Golden Crow 7th Prince wanted to refine Lin Wuti alive. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified. Murong Qingqing, Rizalong, and the others were also extremely nervous. On the other side, the strong cultivators of the Golden Crow tribe burst into laughter. Lin Wuti was nothing compared to their crown prince. Lei Zhan, the 9 Chilants, and the others also looked solemn. Was this the primordial Golden Crow's 4 attacks? It was really too powerful. They felt their hair stand on end. Even if they attacked, it would be difficult to stop it, let alone Lin Wuti. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was really heaven-defying. Everyone thought that Lin Xian was going to lose. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Although the primordial Golden Crow was powerful, it was impossible for it to kill him. He placed the death demonic blade in front of him, emitting a terrifying aura. At the same time, he waved his hands, and the power of the great dragon sword soul was activated. The 5 elemental laws filled the air. Light flashed between heaven and earth, and a terrifying aura spread out, vast and mighty. What was that? Everyone's expression changed when they felt the terrifying aura. It was too terrifying. This kid actually had such a remarkable ability. Lei Zhan and the others gasped again. They did not know that it was an evolved weapon, the dragon pattern cauldron. Its strength was beyond imagination. During this period, not only had Lin Xian's strength increased, but so had the great dragon sword soul. Therefore, Lin Xian's attack power had increased, and so had his ability to evolve all things. The dragon pattern cauldron was much more powerful now that it had been created by him. Boom! He activated the dragon pattern cauldron and struck it in all directions, keeping the 4 primordial golden crows around him. The 4 primordial golden crows were like suns as they were kept in the dragon pattern cauldron. Everyone's expression changed. Had he cracked it? The Golden Crow 7th Prince's expression changed. How could this be? This was his ultimate skill. How could his opponent have cracked it? In his opinion, Lei Zhan, the 9 Chilants, and the others would not be able to crack it. Damn it. Get lost. The Golden Crow 7th Prince kept forming hand seals, and the 4 primordial golden crows trembled violently, wanting to rush out. Buzz! 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 Golden crows surrounded the sky, and the dazzling light illuminated the 9 heavens. It was as if a deity was about to descend. All sorts of phenomenons appeared one after another. This Golden Crow Prince was truly too terrifying. Basically, no one could withstand such a terrifying attack in heaven and earth anomaly. At this moment, everyone was on guard. Even the few figures in the dark frowned. They were the subordinates of the genius on the pilgrimage roll, but when they saw the scene, they were extremely shocked. This person was very strong. They would give him time in the future. There was a high chance that he would make it to the pilgrimage roll. This Linwoody had lost. Yes, he was very strong, but he was no match for the Golden Crow, 7th Prince. After this battle, he might die and be killed. There was no need to pay attention to him in the future. These few experts who had come to the depths of the forest made a decision. On the other side, the man in black armor also had a cold smile on his face. Was he going to be killed just like that? He had wanted to make a move, but now it seemed that there was no need to. Well, when the time comes, I'll just meet the Golden Crow, 7th Prince. The people from Wushuang City were also nervous. Could Senior Brother Lin succeed? No one knew. That Golden Crow was too strong. The Crimson Dragon also gritted his teeth. Damn it. How did this guy get such a lost technique? The Toad also spat out saliva. Aren't you guys going to run? I'm going to retreat. Chapter 3903. Even an ancient existence like the Toad wanted to escape. Was Lin Wudy really going to lose? Lin Xian also felt great pressure. To be honest, this ability was truly terrifying. As expected of an ancient powerhouse of the Golden Crows, it was too powerful. Even though it was a broken ability, it was still terrifying. However, he hadn't lost yet. His eyes shone with a cold light. The dragon's sword spirit roared again. At the same time, he activated his secret technique. With a whoosh, the dragon pattern cauldron shone brightly. Then it spun rapidly. The 2 dragons on it seemed to come to life. With a bang, the Golden Crow 7th Prince fell to the ground and vomited blood. A crack appeared on his body. What's going on? Damn it, what's going on? The surrounding people were stunned. In their opinion, the battle was over. Lin Wudy was likely to be killed. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation had changed completely. The Golden Crow 7th Prince had vomited blood and his body had been shattered. What's going on? Lei Zhan, the 9 Qilins, and the others were also shocked. Even the powerhouses from the depths of planet Tianming were dumbfounded. This was impossible. It was completely different from what they'd predicted. Boom! The dragon pattern cauldron shook violently. The Golden Crow 7th Prince retreated and vomited blood again. A second crack appeared on his body. No way, the Golden Crow 7th Prince was really injured. Heavens, the Golden Crow 7th Prince was the one who lost in the end. The surrounding people went crazy. The powerhouses of the Golden Crow race roared crazily. Your Highness! They couldn't believe it. Their Highness had gained such a great advantage that he could have killed his opponent. But in the blink of an eye, he'd lost. It was unimaginable. Damn it, I don't believe it. The Golden Crow 7th Prince roared at the sky. Flames surged from his body, and an illusion appeared to heal his wounds. He hadn't lost yet. He wanted to fight back. However, in the next moment, the dragon pattern cauldron shook again. He vomited blood again. The flames and the Golden Crow illusion that he'd just condensed were shattered. A third crack appeared on his body. Then, the dragon pattern cauldron shook 4 more times. A 4th crack appeared on the Golden Crow Prince's body. Then his body fell apart. Boom! His body was ruptured and blood splattered everywhere. This scene shocked everyone. Everyone was stunned. He had lost. They knew that the Golden Crow Prince had been completely defeated. No, the experts of the Golden Crow tribe roared crazily. They were unable to accept this fact. Lei Zhan, 9-headed Qilin, and the others' faces turned ugly. The people from the grand, desolate mansion and the people in the depths of the heavenly fate star also had solemn expressions on their faces. Could it be that this person was their greatest enemy? The people from Peerless City heaved a sigh of relief. Great, senior brother had won. The Crimson Dragon and Murong Ching laughed. Initially, the toad had wanted to escape, but when it caught sight of this, it stopped as well. Damn, it can't be right. I actually misjudged him. This brat is actually so powerful. With the dragon pattern cauldron above his head, Lin Xian drew the death demonic saber and charged forward. Damn it, how dare you! The cultivators of the Golden Crow clan roared in anger. Their crown prince had already been defeated, yet the other party still wanted to fight. In an instant, two sages rushed over. Lin Wudi, do you have a death wish? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Wherever the death demonic saber passed, the vitality of the two sages was constantly drained away. White hair grew out from their heads of golden hair. The two sages were scared out of their wits and quickly retreated. However, Lin Xian kicked them until they exploded. Do you want to leave after losing? If I were to lose, would you guys stop attacking me? You will definitely kill me, mercilessly. Since that's the case, why can't I attack when you lose? Lin Xian's voice was cold. He had no intention of letting the Golden Crow, 7th Prince, go today. The Golden Crow, 7th Prince, roared in anger. His shattered body reformed. He was really mad. Even after using the immemorial Golden Crow's quadruple attack, he was still no match for the other party. However, although he had lost, it was impossible for the other party to kill him. Kid, you are too arrogant. He rushed forward. The two of them fought fiercely. Soon, half of his body exploded and countless golden feathers fell to the ground. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. The death demonic saber slashed at the Golden Crow, 7th Prince. Damn it! The Golden Crow, 7th Prince, was really frightened. He realized that he was no match for the other party at all. Even after 3 months, he was still no match for the other party. He quickly retreated. At the same time, the powerhouses of the Golden Crow tribe also flew over, wanting to attack. One of them directly summoned 8 large flags that surrounded each other. The flags were completely enveloped by the law of fire. It was extremely monstrous and formed a peerless array formation that instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. The man laughed sinisterly. The other person took out a flying sword. It was a golden flying sword the size of a palm, but it was incomparably powerful. Its aura was extremely terrifying. There were even more terrifying attacks that came over. It seemed that they wanted to completely kill Lin Xian. No way. The people of the Golden Crow tribe were actually going to attack. Could it be that they wanted to break the rules? One had to know that it was very normal for young geniuses to fight. However, if so many powerhouses were to gang up on one person, especially a chief disciple, it would be a big deal. Even if Lin Xian was killed, would Peerless City let it go? Damn it, how dare you! The people of Peerless City also roared crazily. Murong Ching and the Crimson Dragon's faces changed. Were these people despicable and shameless? Did they think that they would be afraid of them if they had more people? The Crimson Dragon flew out and roared towards the sky. All kinds of dragon shadows rushed out. Murong Ching also snorted coldly. The 7-colored light on his body shone and tore a powerhouse of the Golden Crow tribe into pieces instantly. Li Hongxiu also made her move. The people of the North Monsters and Peerless City also made their move. The toad was also angry. Damn it! How dare they bully him with numbers? Did they really think that he was a pushover? These people charged over and fought with the powerhouses of the Golden Crow tribe. Boom! Boom! On the other side, Lin Xian rushed out from the endless energy. Naturally, he had entered the Great Sage Pagoda and used it to block such a terrifying attack. Then he rushed out with the death demonic blade in his hand and attacked again. Did you think that you could survive today? The blade slashed down. The Golden Crow, 7th Prince, kept dodging. However, his life was quickly snatched away. He fought back crazily, But how could he be Lin Xian's opponent? Lin Xian waved his hand and golden flames filled the sky. The flames condensed and formed four golden crows that rushed over. Firmament? Could this be the immemorial golden crows? 4 strikes? This person was stunned. Did Lin Xian know such a technique? Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Even the golden crow, 7th prince, was stunned. Chapter 3904. The others didn't even know that he had just obtained the ultimate technique. How did his opponent know it? How was that possible? In an instant he was stunned. Boom! He was smashed to pieces by the primordial golden crow. Die! The death demonic blade released a terrifying aura and slashed down again. Not good. Within the shattered body, a soul was howling madly. His glabella suddenly split open, and a violent aura surged out. He grabbed the death demonic blade. Then the death demonic blade shattered into pieces. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He quickly dodged, but he was affected by the force and instantly retreated. The people who were fighting in the surroundings also stopped. Murong Qingcheng, the Crimson Dragon, and the others also looked into the distance with solemn expressions. The others were also on guard. What was going on? Could it be that the Golden Crow, 7th Prince, still had a trump card? Greetings, Father. The Golden Crow, 7th Prince's soul knelt on the ground. The other Golden Crow race elites also knelt. Could it be a Saint King of the Golden Crow race? Everyone was terrified. Was the Saint King about to enter planet Tianming? They trembled in fear. Some people said that it wasn't the real Saint King, but a soul mark that the Saint King had left in the Golden Crow Prince's body. It was a life-saving rune. Father, help me kill him. The Golden Crow, 7th Prince, gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with viciousness. The surrounding Golden Crow race elites also quickly said, Please, Saint King, help me kill this thief. In the sky, a golden figure turned into a middle-aged man with a pair of golden wings on his back. He looked like a god. His golden eyes turned and stared at Lin Xian. In an instant, everyone's hair stood on end. Heavens! Is the soul mark going to make a move? Lin Xian was also on guard. The Golden Crow, Saint King's soul mark, said coldly, Young man, you're quite strong, but you dare to challenge the Golden Crow race? Die! As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura exploded. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end as the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. He immediately used the dragon pattern cauldron to block in front of him. The 2 roaming dragons flickered incessantly, but in an instant they collapsed. It was too strong. Even if it was just a soul imprint, it was still left behind by a Saint King. It was impossible to resist. He was sent flying and vomited blood. The Crimson Dragon and Murong Qingcheng were also affected. Lin Wudi was finished. That's right. Who would have thought that he would die in the hands of a Sage King? It was a worthy death. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They knew that Lin Wudi was doomed this time. Was he dead? In the great desolation mansion, Lei Zhan, the 9 Qilins, the 1st prince, and the others wore stern expressions. They rejoiced in other people's misfortune. Such a great enemy had finally died. However, they were still extremely careful. Would the 7th prince of the Golden Crow attack them again to prevent future trouble? Therefore, these people were always on guard, ready to escape at any time. How dare you? The people of Peerless City rushed out. Our eldest senior brother is the chief disciple. You are a high and mighty Sage King. Could it be that you want to make a move on us, the younger generation? You broke the rules. Aren't you afraid of Peerless City's revenge? Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sage King's gaze swept over. Shui Tianqin and the others were sent flying and vomited blood. Many cracks appeared on their bodies. Their flesh was badly mangled, and many parts of their bodies were charred black. He was too powerful. They couldn't withstand a single glance from him. It was just a soul mark. It was hard to imagine how powerful a real Sage King was. The Sage King could probably turn them into ashes with a wave of his hand. "A bunch of ants! How dare you threaten me?" The middle-aged man in the sky said coldly, "So what if you are from Peerless City? If the Peerless King is unhappy, ask him to come and find me." Everyone's scalp went numb. It seemed that the Golden Crow Sage King was determined to kill Lin Xian. That was true. If such a powerful enemy was allowed to grow, it would be an endless calamity. The best thing to do now was to kill him in the cradle. The surrounding Sage Kings were also excited. They also wanted to kill Lin Wuti. However, with the Golden Crow Sage King's help, Peerless City wouldn't be able to take revenge on them in the future. Damn it, damn it. Shi Sui Tianqin and the others gritted their teeth. The Crimson Dragon and the Northern Demon were also looking solemn. At this time, Morong Qingqing stood out. If Peerless City wasn't afraid, what about Kunlun Pavilion? If you dare to touch him, I, Brother Kunlun, will not let you go. When those words were spoken, everyone was stupefied. Even the people from the Golden Crow clan were stupefied. Heavens, this beautiful woman is actually from the Kunlun Pavilion. That was also a sage city, and it was extremely mysterious. The successor of Kunlun Pavilion was on Lin Wuti's side. The nine-headed Qilin, Lei Zhen, and the others looked solemn. Kunlun Pavilion? Humph, you dare to threaten me? In the sky, the Golden Crow, Sage King, snorted coldly. The surrounding void kept shattering. Morong Qingqing also felt a violent vibration. She raised her rainbow light to block it. However, she still took a few steps back and her face turned pale. She couldn't help it. The other party was too strong. So what if I threatened you? Try it, if you don't believe me. Li Hongxiu also stood out. Damn, another ruthless person. Li Hongxiu was also the daughter of a sage king. Her status was not inferior to that of the seventh prince of the Golden Crow tribe. Everyone looked at the Golden Crow Sage King. They wanted to see what the Sage King would do. That was because it wasn't just Peerless City. There were also Kunlun Pavilion and Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, 2 sage cities. In total, there were 3 sage cities. No matter how strong the Golden Crow tribe was, could they fight against the 3 sage cities? Could the 2 of you represent Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and Kunlun Pavilion? If the 2 sage kings came out, they might be able to save this kid. But now it was impossible. The Golden Crow Sage King shot out 2 rays of light that shrouded Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I only want to kill this kid. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. They turned into 2 golden swords and shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian kept dodging, but he was still coughing up blood. Damn it, this is too despicable. He didn't expect the Golden Crow tribe to be so despicable that even the Sage King wanted to take action. It's over. Lin Wuti is dead. At this moment, everyone knew that the 3 sage cities together couldn't scare the Sage King away. This meant that the Golden Crow tribe was determined to kill this enemy. The people of Peerless City were also in despair. The Crimson Dragon secretly contacted Lin Xian, wanting to use the Great Sage Tower to fight back. If it didn't work, they could escape. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the depths of the Golden Palace. Are you trying to bully the weak? I'll let you have a taste of your own medicine today. Chapter 3905. As he spoke, a pitch-black hand reached over and covered the sky. In an instant, it arrived above the Golden Crow Saint King's hand. Who's that? Everyone was stunned when they saw that. That was the Saint King's soul mark. How dare someone attack it? The people of the Golden Crow tribe were also furious. However, their expressions changed when they sensed the aura. Heavens, this person is too powerful. Who is he? The Golden Crow Saint King's phantom roared and slammed his palm into the sky. The golden flames were incomparable, and countless golden crows flew between heaven and earth. The 2 of them clashed, and the sky collapsed. Oh no, this is a superpower house. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that there's a Saint King in the Roland's Golden Palace? After that attack, everyone was sent flying. They widened their eyes and looked forward. In the next moment, they were dumbfounded. The Golden Crow Saint King's soul mark was extremely weak and dim. Meanwhile, the Black Hand retracted. At the same time, a cold voice came from the depths of the Roland's Golden Palace. How is it? Does it feel good to be bullied? Who are you? The soul mark roared crazily. You're just a small golden crow. You don't have the right to know. Damn. No way, who is this person? He doesn't take the Golden Crow Saint King seriously at all. Could it be that he has surpassed the Saint King? Thinking of this, everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy. The Roland's Golden Palace was too mysterious. The people of the Golden Crow tribe went crazy and were trembling. Countless people from the other cities were also stunned. Even Li Hongxiu and the others from Murongqingqing were stunned. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was overjoyed. The Crimson Dragon and the North Demon were also shocked. This aura, could it be? They looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and said telepathically, "That's right, it's Black Mountain. Black Mountain is here too. I've forgotten about that old guy. I didn't expect him to have recovered to this extent. That's great." The Crimson Dragon jumped up. The North Demon also smiled. "With Master here, we're safe." The Toad was also surprised. Could it be that mysterious person? A hint of suspicion appeared on his face. "There's a good show to watch. I want to watch a good show." Sure enough, the Crimson Dragon jumped out, pointed to the front, and laughed coldly. "What? Weren't you guys very arrogant? Come on, continue attacking. Didn't you rely on your status as a Sage King to bully us? Now, have you tasted the feeling of being crushed by others?" "Ha ha ha ha!" The dark red dragon laughed maniacally. The others were trembling in fear. They didn't dare to say anything. The Toad jumped out as well. "Brother, you're to my liking. I'll befriend you." As he spoke, he looked ahead and gulped. "Damn, I despise people who use their power to bully others. A golden crow, what's so great about it? My bloodline is much nobler than yours. Even I didn't use my power to bully you. How dare you be so shameless?" Now he was in trouble. When the Golden Crow race's people heard this, they were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Ants. The Saint King was enraged. With his status, the two demonic beasts were jumping around in front of him. He slapped them with his palm. A terrifying aura enveloped the two of them. "Damn, old thing, you really dare to attack." The Crimson Dragon was shocked. The Toad also wanted to escape, but it was caught by the Crimson Dragon. "Brother, don't be afraid. We have a backup plan." Sure enough, the black palm in the sky slapped down again and directly destroyed the Golden Crow Sage King's attack. At the same time, the black palm enveloped the Golden Crow Sage King. "No, damn it, you can't do this. Who are you? Do you want to be our enemy?" The powerhouses of the Golden Crow race roared. The Golden Crow Sage King's soul imprint shouted coldly, "You want to be my enemy? No matter who you are? You will die without a doubt." However, this threat was useless. The black palm grabbed the soul imprint and then completely destroyed it. Dead. How could it be? The soul imprint was destroyed. The powerhouses of the Golden Crow race knelt on the ground in disbelief. The Golden Crow Seventh Prince's face was also filled with despair. His greatest trump card was her father, a true Sage King. Yet his mark had been taken away by someone else. What kind of powerhouse is this? Damn it, why did he help Lin Wudi? The surrounding people were even more shocked. Is this person really on Lin Wudi's side? Will he kill the Golden Crow Seventh Prince and the others like the Sage King? Will he attack us after killing the Golden Crow? At this moment, everyone was shocked. However, the black palm in the sky disappeared after killing the Sage King's soul imprint. It seemed that it was disdainful to attack again. However, it did not matter. The remaining people were no match for Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian stood up again. The terrifying laws in his body were activated and all his injuries were healed. He stared at the Golden Crow, seventh prince. Is this your biggest trump card? How pitiful. You can't beat him, so you ask the Sage King to help you. Do you think you can kill me like this? Today I will send you to hell. The Golden Crow, seventh prince's soul quickly healed his body and fled into the distance. The powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan also rushed forward. Lin Wudi, do you want to die? We only damaged the soul imprint this time. The real Sage King is still alive. If you dare to touch our crown prince, the Sage King will definitely not let you off. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. Even if I don't kill him, will he let me off? He wanted to kill me just now. Do you think I will go easy on him? Lin Xian snorted and attacked forcefully. Several powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan were sucked dry and couldn't stop him at all. He stepped in the air and charged towards the Golden Crow, seventh prince. Counterattack. However, this time the Toad, the Crimson Dragon, and the others all attacked. They blocked these powerhouses. Lin Xian had no more worries and instantly caught up with the Golden Crow, seventh prince. The Golden Crow, seventh prince, only knew that he couldn't escape and counterattacked frantically. However, the outcome would definitely be miserable. He was beaten up several times by Lin Xian. The life aura on his body was also constantly being ground out by the death blade. In the end, his soul was directly destroyed. Its huge body fell to the ground. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire Golden Palace shook violently. Everyone was stunned. He's dead. The Golden Crow, seventh prince, has actually been killed. He's the son of the Sage King, the chief disciple. He's actually been killed at this moment. Everyone felt that they had gone crazy. It wasn't that no powerhouses had died before. For example, many top geniuses from the Thousand Demon City and Thunder God City had died. However, these people added together were not as shocking as the death of the Golden Crow, seventh prince. They knew that there would be a huge storm that would sweep through the starry sky. The Golden Crow clan would definitely not let this matter rest. Chapter 3906. No, the experts of the Golden Crow tribe roared. They were crazy, completely crazy. Their prince had been killed. How were they going to explain it when they returned? They didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Damn it, let's go. They rushed towards the Golden Crow tribe's prince, wanting to take the corpse away. Maybe the Sage King could revive their prince. However, Lin Xian was one step ahead. He grabbed the huge corpse and kept it in the Great Sage Tower. How could we leave such a delicious meal for you? We want to eat roasted Golden Crow. We've been waiting for a long time. Hearing this, the people of the Golden Crow tribe screamed crazily. Damn it, give us back the prince's corpse. However, what answered them was the cold death demon blade. Another 2 experts were killed. They returned to their original bodies and were caught by Lin Xian. We don't have enough food to begin with. All of you can stay. He attacked crazily. The remaining experts of the Golden Crow tribe were scared out of their wits. Hurry, leave. They were crazy. This was simply a madman. They couldn't be reasoned with. The remaining people quickly fled. In the end, another 2 people were killed. Only a few people escaped. Blood splattered all over the ground. Golden feathers were scattered all over the ground. There was still a violent aura in the sky. No one dared to believe that the powerful Golden Crow clan had been slaughtered. Even the Golden Crow prince had been killed. Moreover, these people's corpses were going to be made into delicious food. They felt terrified just thinking about it. He was truly a great demon king. At this moment, some people wanted to retreat, especially those from the Thousand Demon City. They were all beasts. If they attracted the attention of the other party, they didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Lei Zhen, the 9 Chilants, and the crown prince of the New Moon tribe had dark expressions. They originally thought that they could take revenge after breaking through in 3 months. But now the situation was completely out of their expectations. Even someone as strong as the Golden Crow Prince was killed. Even if they had the Sage King's soul imprint, it was useless here. Who was still unconvinced. Come and fight. Lin Xian carried the death demon blade and looked around coldly. At this moment, everyone was scared out of their wits. No one dared to go against him. Lin Xian pointed at Lei Zhen. Do you dare to come? Lei Zhen remained silent. He looked at the 9-headed Qilin and the first prince. The two of them snorted coldly as well. Clearly, they were stunned by the previous scene and did not make a move. A bunch of trash. I'm still waiting for you to provoke me. Since that's the case, then scram. At this point, he waved his hand and said to the Crimson Dragon, Clean up the battlefield. We'll have a Golden Crow feast later. The surrounding people all left because no one dared to provoke Lin Wuti again. Even the people from the depths of planet Tianming didn't make a move. They said that they would wait and see what else the Golden Palace had. It wouldn't be too late to deal with this brat after obtaining the treasure. The great desolate mansions, Yu also retreated. For a moment, only Lin Xian and the others were left. Lin Xian looked at Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. Are you two okay? She was fine. Li Hongxiu shook her head. She had suffered a little shock, but it was nothing serious. Morong Qingqing, who was beside him, also said, If Brother Xian is fine, then I'm fine. Xian smiled. Don't worry, I'll treat you to a feast later. The flesh and blood of the Golden Crow race contained pure energy, especially the Golden Crow race's prince. This was especially true for the Golden Crow Prince. No matter what kind of injuries he suffered, he would be able to recover immediately after taking a bite. Lin Xian took out the storage rings of these people and began to organize the spoils of war. The Golden Crow's corpse was thrown to the Crimson Dragon and the others for them to organize. Soon, the Crimson Dragon and the others set up a pot and started a fire to roast the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow Prince's corpse was too huge, like a mountain. They could make many kinds of delicacies. There was no need for Lin Xian to do anything. The saints of Peerless City were also red-eyed. Following their eldest senior brother was like having meat to eat. Lin Xian didn't need to provide the fire. The Crimson Dragon was incomparably enthusiastic, spewing out endless dragon flames to roast the corpse. Lin Xian cleaned up the spoils of war while sitting with Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu, chatting and laughing. The Golden Crow test was indeed not easy. With the terrifying dragon flames of the Crimson Dragon, it took 3 days to gradually roast the corpse. The fragrance floated out and reverberated in the Golden Palace. The experts and saints who had already left began to search the Golden Palace. But at this moment, when they smelled the fragrance of the meat, they swallowed their saliva. What's this fragrance? Damn, is he really taking the Golden Crow test? Their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was just joking, but now it seemed that Lin Xian really did it. Was he not afraid of the Golden Crow, Saint King's crazy pursuit? Some people didn't believe it and thought that Lin Wuti wouldn't dare to be so bold. But when they quietly returned and saw the Golden Crow being roasted, they were scared out of their wits. They quickly fled. This demon was not to be trifled with in their lifetime. The news instantly spread throughout the Golden Palace. The saints who were searching for the treasure were also covered in cold sweat when they heard about it, especially those from the demon city. Their legs were trembling. This was simply a glutton and a demon at that. Lin Xian and the rest didn't care about what the others thought. At this moment, they were all staring at the huge golden roasted meat, drooling. Lin Xian cleared his throat and said, "Let's eat." Actually, he didn't need to say anything. These people couldn't wait anymore. The Crimson Dragon laughed. "Haha, I won't hold back." He opened his mouth and bit, but there was one person who was faster than him, and that was the toad. Even though the toad was small, it jumped out at this moment and bit down on the golden meat. Immediately it bit off a piece. The toad ate it and cried out excitedly, "Is this the Golden Crow's meat?" This is the first time I've eaten it. The Crimson Dragon said in disdain. You're just a toad. Aren't you a vegetarian? How dare you eat meat? As he said that, he started to eat. Xiao Bai also threw away the spiritual fruits and started to pounce on him. The people from Wushuang City were even more impatient. They looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, Hurry up and eat. Don't hold back. Yes, senior brother. These people started to sharpen their knives. Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu, although they were peerless beauties, their eyes were shining at this moment. Lin Xian cut some meat for them. After the two beauties ate, they kept nodding. A group of people was eating heartily. Needless to say, they were very happy, especially the people from Wushuang City. They thought that the world was ending. Now that they were treated like this, they felt like they were dreaming. The toad and Hong were very greedy. They wanted to eat it all, but after a few mouthfuls, they couldn't take it anymore. Their bodies swelled, and there was a lot of light flowing from their bodies. They looked like they were about to become immortals. Chapter 3907. F***CK, this won't do. I can't take it anymore. As expected of the Golden Crow, Saint King's bloodline, it was indeed powerful. The two of them hurriedly refined it. Lin Xian and the others also ate a few mouthfuls and began to refine it. The energy contained in it was definitely not to be underestimated. It was even more precious than heaven and earth treasures. Sure enough, after a meal, everyone's strength had increased compared to before. They could cultivate while eating. They were probably the only ones in the world. After all, no one dared to eat Golden Crow meat, let alone the Golden Crow Prince's meat. After eating half of the huge barbecue meat, everyone could no longer eat anymore. One by one, they burped their bodies overflowing with light. Lin Xian took out spiritual wine and shared it with everyone. As he spoke, he drank. Lin Xian said, Next, it's time to get down to business. Although we killed the Golden Crow Prince and defeated the Golden Crow tribe, there are still many powerful holy cities. Moreover, I found 5 halls in the Roland's Golden Palace. These 5 halls each contain different laws. I think it should be a trial. Later, we'll go there and take a look. Everyone will choose a hall suitable for themselves and enter the trial. Everyone stayed for another 2 days. When they had digested more or less, Lin Xian put away the remaining Roland's golden barbecue. Then, the group set off towards the Roland's Golden Palace. The others had also discovered that there were indeed treasures in the Roland's Golden Palace. However, those were all sealed by countless array formations. It was impossible to break them in a short period of time. Moreover, no one knew what was sealed inside. If they spent all their effort and found nothing inside after opening it, the loss would be great. Therefore, these people did not rashly break the seal. Instead, they searched the entire Roland's Golden Palace. Other than the deepest part, which they could not enter, they searched the surroundings. They found some. There was still some spiritual liquid left on the stone platform that contained a powerful aura. However, everything was gone. Damn it, Lin Wudi must have taken it. These powerhouses gritted their teeth. In the end, they went crazy because they found that everything that had such a stone pillar and bowl had been snatched away. Lin Wudi had really taken it all for himself. No wonder his strength had increased so much. They gritted their teeth and continued searching. The discovery of the 5 palaces caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. The news quickly spread. Everyone had to know about it. All of a sudden, people from all the holy cities gathered in the 5 main halls. Even Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the others hurried over. This place was truly mysterious. The experts and saints who had arrived were astonished. They looked at the 5 palaces with excitement in their eyes. There was a stone tablet at the entrance of each of the 5 halls. There were ancient words engraved on it. Everyone read carefully and found that it was written separately. Sky Palace, Earth Palace, Human Palace, Yin-Yang Palace, and All Life Palace. They represented different laws of heaven and earth. The Heaven Palace should be a law of nature, such as wind, thunder, rain, and other laws of nature. The Earth Hall should be a plant type and animal type nomological law. The Human Hall was one's own laws, such as physique, bloodline, and so on. The Yin-Yang Hall was even easier to understand. It should be a type of Yang law and a type of darkness type law, both of which could be found there. As for the All-Life Palace, everyone was puzzled until a sword powerhouse walked forward. He was pleasantly surprised after sensing the changes. My sword seems to be affected. I can refine it here. Could it be that I can refine some rare laws? For example, the sword will, the saber will, and some other special laws. That's great. Other than a few laws that were not available here, the other laws could be found in the corresponding palaces to cultivate. Everyone was extremely excited. More and more people gathered here. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others also moved. When they arrived, it caused many people to exclaim. Lin Wuti had arrived. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Demon City, Lei Xincheng, and the people of the New Moon clan were the same. After Lin Xian arrived, he glanced at these people. He did not make a move. Instead, he stared at the 5 main halls. Next to him, the Crimson Dragon, Northern Demon, Morong Qingcheng, Li Hongxiu, and the others also looked over curiously. Previously, they had already explained the situation here. However, now that they were here, they still felt an unusual aura. Which hall are you going to? This represented a different law. I think the Earth Hall is more suitable for me. Northern Demon looked at one of the halls. His eyes shone with a cold light. Indeed, he had the body of 10,000 demons. Moreover, he had the sky-piercing divine tree. Going to the Earth Hall was the most suitable choice. Ben Huang wanted to go to the Human Hall. Crimson Dragon was also very excited. He was a dragon and had a strong bloodline. He wanted to go to the Human Hall to evolve. Li Hongxiu's eyes shone. I can go to several palaces. I don't know which one to go to first. Morong Qingcheng also said that he could go to several palaces. However, he decided to go to the Human Hall first. She had the 7-colored phoenix bloodline. It was a super bloodline that was not weaker than the dragon clans. Therefore, she also wanted to go to the Human Hall to strengthen herself. Then I'll go to the Yin-Yang Hall first. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He had already planned this. He already had the Tai Chi art. Moreover, he had comprehended the law of death. Now he wanted to comprehend the law of birth. This way, the power of the Tai Chi art would be even more terrifying. Shi Sui Tianqin and the others were also excited. They began to look around and make a decision. In front of them, some people were already preparing to attack. A few figures instantly pierced through the void and rushed over. However, they were bounced back. Their blood was boiling and they felt dizzy. What's going on? Can't we go in? The people around them were stunned. If that was the case, they were happy for nothing. Next, they tried again and found that they were all bounced back. What's going on? These people were roaring crazily. Even Lin Xian and the others frowned. I don't believe it. Let me try. An elite could not help but walk out. His body shone with an unparalleled light as he quickly charged towards one of the halls. He was heading towards the Sky Hall. This time he succeeded and disappeared. Did he succeed? The surrounding people were all stupefied. They were all incomparably shocked. There were no restrictions in the Sky Hall. Let's go. They turned into a torrent and rushed in. However, they were all bounced back. They roared at the sky. Why? Why could he go in? Humph. That person has the Heavenly Path Golden Lotus. Do you have it? At that moment, someone spoke. The others were also stunned. Could it be that there were special conditions? Let's go and try. Another person with the Heavenly Path Golden Lotus walked towards the Earth Hall. As expected, there were no obstructions. Heavens! Could it be that the ticket to enter is the Heavenly Path Golden Lotus? We don't have it. The Heavenly Path Golden Lotus was formed by 3,000 Tao flowers. Most of them did not have it. Chapter 3908. Some of them screamed in agony. I have one, but I exchanged for something else. Indeed, some of them had the heavenly Tao golden lotus, or were close to it, but they had all exchanged for treasures in the bronze gate. Therefore, there were very few Tao flowers on them now. Humph, who said there weren't any? Weren't there so many fat sheep here? Someone's eyes flashed coldly. He directly attacked and killed a few people. Instantly, the number of Tao flowers on him increased rapidly. Damn it, how dare you! The battle instantly became chaotic. Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, he frowned. Quickly go and form the heavenly Tao golden lotus. With your strength, you should be able to get it quickly. Murong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others nodded. The northern demon and the crimson dragon's eyes flickered as they prepared to find opponents. However, the people from Water Sky City smiled bitterly because it would be much more difficult for them to get the heavenly Tao golden lotus. Moreover, it was very likely that he would be targeted by others. I have a few sets of array formations here that can protect you. There are also 2 sets of offensive array formations. Take them. Thank you, eldest senior brother. After receiving them, they were extremely excited. Eldest senior brother, hurry up and find your opportunities. Don't worry about us. Okay. Lin Xian looked at Murong Qingqing and the others. You should hurry up too. We'll meet up later. With that, Lin Xian rose into the air, turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards the Yin Yang Hall. Lei Zhen snorted coldly and rushed towards the Sky Hall like the god of thunder. The 9 Qilins went to the Earth Hall, and the Crown Prince of the Star Moon race went to the Hall of All Life. In an instant, these experts all moved. Lin Xian entered the Yin Yang Hall and found that it was a space of its own. The yin and yang qi between heaven and earth rotated from time to time, but it was divided into 3 areas. In the middle was the area where yin and yang mixed. On the left was the area of yang, and on the right was the area of yin and yang. After arriving, he roughly sensed it. He prepared to go to the yin and yang area to strengthen the law of death. Then he would go to the yang area to comprehend. Not only him, but some other experts also entered. After all, everything could be divided into yin and yang. Those experts all wanted to obtain good fortune here. Some of them immediately retreated when they saw Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian had killed the Golden Crow 7th Prince in a domineering manner. He was in the limelight, and these people did not dare to provoke him. Of course, there were also a few mysterious experts who thought that they were not afraid of Lin Xian, but they did not want to fight with him for no reason. Right now, cultivation was the most important thing. Of course, just because they didn't attack Lin Xian didn't mean that they wouldn't fight with each other. Not long after, there were people fighting over a place to cultivate, and a great battle broke out. Those were 2 young men. Their strength was extremely terrifying. When they attacked, they could destroy the heaven and earth. Fortunately, this place was incomparably miraculous, so it was not destroyed. However, that terrifying energy still caused the people in the distance to feel their scalps go numb. Lin Gongzi, we meet again. At this moment, a coquettish voice sounded. The people nearby were shocked. Who was it that dared to provoke Lin Wudi at this time? They all looked over. In the next moment, they exclaimed. They saw a mysterious woman in a black dress walking over. She was wearing a veil, but there was an indescribable charm to her. It's you. Lin Xian was first shocked. He looked at the woman in black in front of him and revealed a look of surprise. He had seen this person before. When he was on the demon planet, he had seen her when he stole the treasure. He didn't expect her to be here now. Lin Xian asked, I wonder what was in that box of yours back then. The woman in black smiled. This was a secret, so she couldn't say it. She blinked her eyes, which were filled with endless charm. Lin Xian shrugged. All right, let's change the question. Which holy city are you from? Lin Gongzi doesn't know. The woman in black revealed a look of surprise. Then she said, pitifully, It seemed that Lin Gongzi didn't take her seriously. Lin Xian was speechless. Big sister, I just met you, okay? I didn't even have the chance to find out. Just then, a cold snort came from the sky. Demoness, bewitching people with lies. Then a ray of light came down. This ray of light was like a crescent moon, bringing with it endless cold aura. Even Lin Xian was shocked. His body swayed and he dodged instantly. The woman in black laughed and turned into a black mist to dodge the attack. In the next moment, she appeared on the other side. She frowned and said, "You're really haunting me." Lin Xian also turned around. Then his expression was a little strange. He saw another familiar face. The surrounding people were even more shocked. "Oh my God, isn't this the princess of the New Moon race? Why is she here?" And she even attacked the woman in black. The person who came was Gao Yu. At this moment, her exquisite face was filled with coldness. She stared at the woman in black. She said coldly, "Give it back to me." "Sister, that's not right. I got this thing, so it's naturally mine. How can I give it back to you? You got it with despicable means." Gao Yu shouted and attacked again. The two of them fought. Lin Xian, who was at the side, was surprised. What kind of thing could make Gao Yu fight with her life on the line? What surprised him was that Gao Yu should have gone to the Sky Hall. Why did she come to the Yin Yang Hall? After thinking about it, Lin Xian ignored it. Instead, he started to comprehend the laws around him, to cultivate his death laws. Just like that, 10 days passed, and the number of people in this area gradually increased. It seemed that the battle outside had reached its climax. Many people had formed the Heaven Path Golden Lotus, so they started to enter. He wondered how Murong Qingcheng and the others were doing. He guessed that they should have entered by themselves. As more and more people entered, more and more battles broke out. On the 13th day, someone finally exclaimed. A mysterious white bone was discovered in front of them, causing a huge battle between experts. Even Lin Xian could feel the terrifying commotion. "There's something good. Let's go take a look." Lin Xian stood up and stopped cultivating. He glanced at the woman in the black dress beside him and saw that she was still fighting with Gao Yu. The two of them were evenly matched. Lin Xian sighed. There was no need for them to be so stubborn. They no longer paid any attention to the two beauties. With a flash of their bodies, they quickly flew into the distance. Buzz! Suddenly, a huge palm slapped over. It covered the sky and covered the earth. The bodies of a few people in the space instantly exploded, letting out miserable screams. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The palm also covered him. Who's the one who wants to die? It wasn't targeted at his palm. It was an unlimited attack. Anyone in the area would be attacked. This attack is too ruthless. Lin Xian snorted. He formed a seal with his palm and summoned the immemorial golden crow to meet the attack. With a boom, it pierced through the light palm. Endless laws danced and flickered. Lin Xian completely left the attack range of the palm. Then he looked around. In the next moment, he was stunned and his eyelids twitched. Chapter 3909. This was because he realized that the one attacking him wasn't an expert, but a creature that already existed in the Yin Yang Hall. It was a piece of grayish-brown stone, with a gloomy and cold aura coming from it. It was the one who took the photo, just now. What is this? A beast? Lin Xian wasn't sure. However, the other party wasn't weak. It was at least at the mid-stage of the fifth heaven. The Yin Yang Hall was too mysterious. Even the stone had cultivated into a spirit. It seemed that he had to be careful. Lin Xian dodged the other party and continued to fly forward. When he arrived, he realized that the battle had already ended. Those people had fought into the distance. There was a lot of blood flowing around him. There were also broken limbs and blood. Obviously, it was very intense. Suddenly, a cold and gloomy aura shot towards him from all directions. In an instant, it enveloped him. Lin Xian felt his blood turn cold. Someone dared to attack him. He snorted coldly and activated the law of death to block the chilling aura. Then he looked in all directions. There was no one around, but there were 5 ghost heads in the sky, forming a mysterious formation that attacked him relentlessly. "Do you want to die?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. The law of death transformed into chains and charged in all directions, engaging in a fierce battle with the 5 ghost heads. He was surprised that the 5 ghost heads could block his attack. Who is it? This is unbelievable. One had to know that he was extremely powerful now. Only the chief disciple could fight against him. Other than that, the others were no match for him. He was surprised that a human could block his law of death. Is this the chief disciple of a sacred city? Who is it? Come out. I don't kill nameless people. Lin Xian snorted coldly. There was no sound in the sky. The attacks of the 5 ghost heads were even more terrifying. Lin Xian's body turned cold. He snorted and split a ghost head in half with the death demonic saber. "If you don't come out, don't blame me for being rude." He swept the area. Not long after, he split another ghost head in half. At this moment, a chilling voice finally sounded in the sky. As expected of Lin Wudi, "You're really strong. However, you're going to die today." A figure appeared out of thin air. It was a purple-robed man with a strange aura. Lin Xian frowned. It wasn't the chief disciple, but an old man. He was an expert of the older generation. What was even more shocking was that the other party's cultivation aura had reached the late stage of the 5th heavenly layer. His cultivation base was even higher than that of an ordinary chief disciple. Most of them were chief disciples, and their cultivation was at the middle stage of the 5th heavenly layer. However, they were able to fight above their cultivation level, and their strength far exceeded that of their peers. Of course, there were a few chief disciples whose cultivation was at the late stage 5th heavenly layer, but Lin Xian had yet to see them. This old man was the first person he had seen who was at the late stage of the 5th heaven. "Kid, go to hell." The old man took out a black demonic banner and waved it nonstop. Countless ghosts and evil creatures flew out in a frenzy. The ghost laws on them made one's hair stand on end. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "People from the Demon Island Palace." He saw a demon's head drawn on the other party's wrist. He should be from the Demon Island Palace. "All right, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian waved the death demonic blade and cut through the sky. This blade was too terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything. The black banner rolled, and the laws filled the air. Heaven and earth were completely split apart, and some ghosts were also torn apart. However, several powerful, ghostly beings managed to block them. "Useless kid, although you're strong, my cultivation base is much higher than yours. Some chief disciples are no match for me. Just you? Go to hell." The old man laughed sinisterly. Previously, he had hidden in the dark and used insidious methods to injure many experts of the holy city. Now that he met Lin Wudi, he felt that it was an opportunity. The other party was a 4th heavenly layer saint, and he could fight above his cultivation level. This meant that the other party must have a treasure on him. If he could kill the other party, then the treasure would be his. He waved the demonic banner crazily, and the ghosts around him kept flashing, blocking the other party's death aura. At the same time, he formed a seal with his palms. The ghost's laws formed 4 hellhounds, roaring between heaven and earth. The old man's laws were too powerful. The whole world shook violently. A great battle broke out, shocking everyone. The people in the distance looked over. It was the old man from the demon palace. Some of them gritted their teeth. Damn it, they were tricked by this old man and almost lost their lives. They were all experts of the holy city, and they almost died. The others felt their scalps go numb after hearing this. They didn't know who was fighting with this old man. No matter who it was, they all had miserable endings. Damn it, this place should have restricted the age. Yes, it was too hateful to let these old farts in. Indeed, although these old men weren't minor saints, their cultivation bases were higher than theirs. Moreover, they were experienced and rich. They had all kinds of magical treasures, which gave these young people a headache. However, no matter how much they had a headache, there was nothing they could do. The heavenly fate star only restricted the cultivation base. Even some minor saints could suppress their cultivation base. Although they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do. That aura, isn't that the death demonic blade? It's Lin Wudy. What? Is Lin Wudy fighting with this expert from the Demon Palace? Everyone was shocked. Do you think Lin Wudy can withstand it? Everyone knew that he was strong among the younger generation. But compared to these old monsters, he was still weak. Don't worry. Even if Lin Wudy can't win, he can still escape. Everyone was discussing. Lin Xian's face was gloomy and cold. He admitted that this person was very strong because this person had lived for thousands of years. He had endless means. However, he couldn't do anything to him. He didn't only have the law of death. He took out the great destruction spear. His body bloomed with light. Sword Qi flew out, turning into a demonic dragon that danced between heaven and earth. He directly slaughtered all of the ghostly beings. The great dragon, Sword Soul, roared. Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a peerless sword god, killing all the ghosts. Damn it! The old man's pupils shrank. Originally, he suppressed Lin Xian, thinking that he could kill him this time. But he didn't expect that Lin Xian had such a terrifying sword chi. He felt that his demon banner was trembling, as if it couldn't withstand the power. He quickly fled. He escaped. That old monster from the Demon Palace actually escaped. The surrounding people were in an uproar. This Lin Wudy was too strong. Wanna run? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He controlled the sword light and looked at the old man. The old man in front was depressed. To be honest, although he escaped, he wasn't really defeated. It was difficult for the old man to kill him, but being chased by such a person made him complain. Chapter 39:10. The old man was being chased. He was so depressed that he vomited blood. After all, he had to be careful at all times. He couldn't even get some treasures anymore. Damn brat, are you crazy? Don't you want to look for opportunities and treasures? Humph, if I kill you, I'll definitely have a lot of treasures on me. Lin Xian sneered behind him. His speed increased again. The old man was so scared that his scalp went numb. Damn it, he's really a lunatic. He regretted provoking the other party. In the end, he was chased for 2 days. He was so angry that he vomited blood. He had no choice but to say, "Oh my God, I'll give you whatever you want. Let's talk, okay? I want your life." Lin Xian snorted coldly. The old man was mad with anger. He said that 2 days ago, a piece of white bone appeared. It was abnormally terrifying. It was said that it might be the bone of a saint king or a supreme saint. Don't you want to cultivate? I've seen it up close before. Although that piece of white bone was only the size of a palm, it was engraved with strange runes. Those runes were formed by the interweaving of the great Tao. It's very likely that it's a kind of mystical ability. If you don't make a move, someone will snatch it away. There's no hurry. There must be many people fighting over that thing. It won't be a problem to kill you and then snatch more. Lin Xian didn't give up. Then I can only run while throwing treasures in an attempt to attract the other party's attention. Many treasures flew out. I'll give them all to you. Although these treasures were good, Lin Xian didn't take a fancy to them. Moreover, he could shoot out some sword chi and transform it into a dragon to pick up those treasures. In the end, the old man had no choice but to throw out an item. This item can stop you in your tracks. After the old man threw it out, he immediately used a mystic technique, tore through the void, and disappeared. Lin Xian wanted to chase after him, but he stopped. He realized that the aura on that item was not ordinary. It was a box. It was square in shape. It was not big, but it was engraved with Tao patterns and had a seal on it. The aura that came out of it made one's hair stand on end. This item is not bad. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the old man was really willing to spend a lot of money. He grabbed it and then landed below, ready to watch. The seal of the great Tao on it was very profound, but Lin Xian was also an expert in this Tao, so he studied it for 2 days. He tore a corner of the crack. However, in the next moment, he felt a shock. The black light spread out in all directions, and Lin Xian formed a suit of armor to block it. Then, a cold light burst out from his eyes. He wondered what was inside the box. The box was very small, only half the size of a palm. It was hard for him to imagine what was inside. He took out the spear of great destruction and used it to pry open the lid of the box. It gave off a black light that swept out in all directions. Instantly, the entire world boomed out. Some of the people in the vicinity were so scared that their scalps went numb as they ran for 30,000 miles. Lin Xian had black Qilin tattoos all over his body, and the Qilin phantoms covered him. At the same time, he activated his divine body to block the aura. He looked ahead with a doubtful expression. There was something black inside. It looked like mud. He checked it 3 times and found that it was indeed black mud. However, it was too terrifying. Why did this mud feel like it could destroy all things? He guessed that if a little saint encountered it, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Good stuff. Lin Xian closed the lid, then resealed it with a smile. If he encountered a strong enemy in the future, he would directly slap them in the face. It was guaranteed to be a peerless trump card. After Lin Xian put it away, he rushed into the distance. He chased after the white bone. When he arrived, he frowned. He found that there was a terrifying aura in front of him, spreading between heaven and earth. There were also countless cracks, and blood was seeping out from them. Obviously, there had been an extremely fierce battle. It seemed that more than a dozen strong cultivators had died. Suddenly a weak voice rang out. Was someone still alive? Lin Xian turned his head and found a figure among the corpses. Only half of his soul was dim. However, he still survived. You're still alive. Lin Xian struck out the law of 5 elements. The law of wood among them shone brightly, allowing the other party's soul to recover a little. However, there was nothing he could do. This person was too seriously injured. It would be difficult to save him. Who got the white bone? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. The person glanced at Lin Xian. Great Demon King, leave quickly. This is a trap. A trap. Lin Xian frowned. That person's soul was very weak. He said that he was right. I don't know who spread the fake news that the bone contains supreme divine powers. It caused countless people to fight for it. After a fierce battle, we found out that it was fake. Secretly, someone wanted us to kill each other. That person's soul was intermittent, and in the end, it was completely extinguished. Lin Xian stood up, sank the ground, and pulled the real corpse in. Then, his face became incomparably cold. There was actually such a thing. It seemed that someone had already begun to plot. Who was it? Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Fortunately, he was chasing after that old monster from the Fiend Palace and didn't make a move in time. Otherwise, he might have been tricked. It was better to stay here and cultivate. Lin Xian rushed into the depths of this area. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate again. Beside him, a formation flickered, and a golden lotus revolved around him. The entrance ticket to this place was a heavenly Tao golden lotus. Lin Xian originally had 2. After paying the entrance fee, there was only 1 left. This heavenly Tao golden lotus could increase his comprehension efficiency by a lot. After cultivating for about a month, Lin Xian opened his eyes. As expected of the Golden Palace, cultivating here was simply twice the result with half the effort. It could shorten the time by dozens of times. During this month of cultivation, his law of death had become even more condensed. However, he had also reached a bottleneck. It was very difficult to take another step forward unless he had a major breakthrough or a heaven-shaking opportunity. Lin Xian planned to go to other places to cultivate. In the Yin Yang Palace, apart from the cold power, there was also the power of Yang. He planned to go to the opposite area to cultivate. The power of yang, for example, was the power of yang. The law of wood also contained the power of yang. His divine body was the 9-yang divine body, which was the purest of yang. Therefore, Lin Xian wasn't weak in this aspect at all. However, whether it was the power of wood or the power of fire, they were all compatible with the 5 elements. If they were to be compatible with the law of death, it would be a little chaotic. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to cultivate a new law that was compatible with the law of death. He turned into a stream of light and shuttled to another area. This place was full of light, and all kinds of yang power suppressed his law of death. It seemed that the saints who cultivated the cold power would be suppressed in this hell. Chapter 39:11. For example, Lin Xian's divine 9-yang body had been suppressed before. Now that he was here, his divine 9-yang body would no longer be suppressed. In fact, his strength would increase. There were many people in this area. As soon as Lin Xian arrived, he saw many people turning into streams of light and flying into the distance. Lin Xian stopped one of them. That person was very angry. "How dare you stop me?" When he saw that it was Lin Xian, he was so scared that his scalp went numb. "Demon King, I didn't provoke you, did I?" He was a little frightened. Lin Xian asked, "What are you going to do?" That person said, "It's said that the blood essence of the primordial golden crow has appeared. We're going to snatch it." With that person ran away. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. The blood essence of the primordial golden crow was too unbelievable. The golden crows were originally a powerful race. It was said that they lived on the sun. There was nothing more masculine than the power of their blood. The primordial golden crows must have been left behind by an extremely terrifying powerhouse after their death. Their blood contained the power of the most masculine, and that was exactly what Lin Xian needed. Lin Xian went over. What an unexpected surprise! It seemed that more than one golden crow powerhouse had come to planet Tianming. After all, the golden crow 7th prince had obtained a lost primordial technique. Lin Xian rushed over and found that many people were fighting. They were fighting for a cave abode. Lin Xian's arrival shocked everyone. It was Lin Wudi. He actually came too. In this battlefield, everyone who was fighting stopped and turned their heads to look. All of them had cold expressions. Should they join forces to get rid of him first? Someone suggested. The others nodded in agreement. They looked at Lin Xian with piercing, killing intent in their eyes. There was nothing they could do about it. Lin Xian's strength was very strong, and it made them fearful. At this moment, they wanted to join forces to get rid of him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Just the 2 of you?" There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Kid, you're too arrogant. It's not your turn to behave atrociously here." A figure walked out of the cave. It was an old man with an incomparably surging aura. He was an expert of Thunder God City, a late-stage 5th firmament powerhouse. Buzz! The old man opened his 5 fingers. Vast lightning power charged towards Lin Xian. On the other side, a middle-aged man appeared. A crescent moon appeared behind him, blooming with incomparable light. He threw a punch as well, and the moonlight in the sky burned. These 2 were experts of the older generation. They were saints at the late stage of the 5th heavenly layer. Their strength was incomparable. Buzz! Lin Xian snorted as his 9-yang divine body shone brightly. He did not use of death. He used the power of flame's fire. Lin Xian attacked with overwhelming divine flames. His fists transformed into golden crows that flew across the sky and clashed with the 2 great experts. Lin Wudi Wudi, Tian 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 Tian. Lin's Tian of Wu. Furthermore, it was 2 against 1. Wasn't this too unbelievable? These people were crazy. Indeed, these late-stage 5th firmament figures were even stronger than the chief disciple. Lin Wudi was able to fight against 2 of them. It was really shocking. The 2 experts of the older generation who attacked also had gloomy faces. They could feel that the other party's physique was too strong. It was as if he had endless power. How could it be like this? The other party was already so terrifying. They could not believe it. In fact, even Lin Xian was greatly surprised. To be honest, he had no problem fighting against one. It should be more difficult for him to fight against two of them. After all, it was the late-stage fifth firmament. Compared to the mid-stage fifth firmament, it was simply incomparable. But he did it. Lin Xian was surprised to find that his 9 Yang divine body's power had greatly increased in this place. This was the Yang region. The 9 Yang divine body was the top representative of the Yang power. So his body had a great increase in power here. His power could even be multiplied. This was great. Being here meant that his cultivation base had increased. Therefore, he would be able to resist it. Old thing, how is it? Aren't you too very powerful? Now you're just SOO. Lin Xian smiled. He felt that he had no worries and could fight. Kid, what kind of physique do you have? The elder of Thunder God City stopped and asked with a cold face. On the other side, the middle-aged man of the New Moon clan also had a solemn expression. Golden light bloomed like a god. There were not many people with such a strong physique in the ancient path of the stars. I know that there should be the sacred physique, the tyrant physique, the ancient battle physique, and the 9 Yang divine body. Which one are you? When these words came out, everyone was stunned. These were the top physiques. They were existences that could sweep through the heavens. Lin Wudi actually had such a special physique. No wonder he could fight against the Golden Crow clan and the 9 Qilins. It turned out that the other party had also cultivated a super physique. Take another guess if you have some knowledge. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms, and the golden flames on his body burned fiercely. His whole person turned into a sun war god. At this moment, 9 light circles appeared on his body. It was as if 9 suns were shining together. This is the 9 Yang divine body. The elder of Thunder God City's pupils shrank. He couldn't believe it. This was a super physique. It was even stronger than the Thunder Spirit physique. The other party actually had such a strong physique. On the other side, the faces of the New Moon clan's experts also changed greatly. Sure enough, it's those super strong physiques. No wonder you can fight against us. If I'm not wrong, your strength should increase exponentially here. The surrounding people were also going crazy. It turned out that Lin Wudi had the 9 Yang divine body. It was too terrifying. It was hard to imagine. Since you know, why don't you get lost? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was as strong as a war god. The 2 top saints' faces were gloomy. You're too arrogant. Even if you have the 9 Yang divine body, your cultivation is too weak. With the addition of strength here, you're not our opponent. These 2 were both at the late stage of the 5th heavenly layer. They usually laughed arrogantly. How could they be scared off by a young man at this moment? The New Moon clan's expert opened his mouth and spat out a crescent moon. It spun quickly. Everyone was horrified to find that it was not an illusory light shadow, but a real crescent moon. This person couldn't have really refined a moon, right? Some people were horrified and some screamed. This was a sacred tool. Moreover, it was a high-grade sacred tool among the moons. That's right, it was indeed a high-grade sacred tool. Its power was endless. On the other side, the elder of Thunder God City also opened his mouth and spat out a thunderbolt, which turned into a pagoda. The 9-story Thunder Pagoda was the same. It was also a high-grade sacred tool. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, as expected of an expert of the older generation. His strength and trump cards were unimaginable. Chapter 39:12. Such a powerhouse, coupled with a sacred artifact, could wipe out a group of people. Now that the 2 of them were attacking together, could Lin Wudi block them? Very well, you 2 old things go all out. I hope you don't disappoint me. I will use you guys to improve my god body further. Lin Xian let out a long roar, his black hair fluttering. and the golden flames on his body swept across the sky. At this moment, facing the two powerhouses, he attacked aggressively. Two large golden palms appeared in the sky, as if from heaven, and slapped forward. "Kid, you're courting death." The two of them were angry that the other party dared to attack. Since that was the case, they would send him to hell. The middle-aged man's eyes bloomed, and the moon above his head crushed the void, like a demonic disk that could destroy the world, pressing down. It collided with the golden palms. The golden palms sank smoothly. The power was too terrifying, but soon it rushed over again, competing with the moon in the sky. On the other side, the 9-story pagoda descended, like a divine pagoda, piercing through the 9 heavens. The golden palms were sent out again, and the two collided, emitting endless lightning and fire. In the distance, everyone was shocked. The strength of these two experts was too strong. What frightened them even more was Lin Xian's physique. He could actually catch an upper-grade sacred artifact with his bare hands. Was this guy even human? Was this the divine 9 young body? It was worthy of being a legendary physique. Apart from Lin Wuti, no other young person could do this. Lin Xian was indeed incomparably powerful, and he was invincible as he fought with the two. On his body there were 9 halos. 4 of them were very real, as if they were 4 suns that revolved around him. The other 5 were illusory light shadows, but the light was also dazzling. After the divine 9 young body reached the major success stage, one could form 9 suns to fight with. Lin Xian could form 4 now, which was already very impressive. After all, the divine 9 young body was extremely difficult to cultivate, and no one had reached the major success stage in tens of thousands of years. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle, and the two powerhouses were also shocked. They roared angrily, and the upper-grade sacred artifacts in their hands shone brightly, striking out a shocking blow. Lin Xian also retreated as the golden hand was blasted back, crushing the larger one. His qi and blood churned as the 9 suns revolved around him. Everyone was shocked. They did not know if he was injured. "Brat, you are very strong, but you are still unable to contend against us." Both of them wielded high-grade saint artifacts and were extremely powerful. So what if it was Lin Wuti? So what if it was the 9 young divine body? Today, they would slaughter the other party and turn him into the dust of history. A high-grade saint artifact is indeed powerful, but do you think I don't have one? Lin Xian took out the Great Destruction Spear. A terrifying demonic aura surged out and filled the area. Thunder God City's older generation experts sneered. "So it's a demonic weapon. It's suppressed here. What do you have to compete with us?" Even in a one-on-one fight, the other party was already suppressed, let alone when the two of them fought together. "Is that so? You'll see soon enough." Lin Xian coldly snorted. He didn't say anything else and quickly made his move. He was courting death. The two people on the other side also charged over. The battle erupted once again. However, this time, Lin Xian suddenly took out a pagoda and blasted it towards the Thunder God City's old man. Boom! As soon as the pagoda appeared, heaven and earth rumbled and the surroundings trembled. "You want to contend against me?" The Thunder God City's old man roared. He held 90% of the lightning pagoda in his hand and was extremely powerful. However, in the next moment he trembled. His 9-layered lightning pagoda was actually suppressed. In fact, he was enveloped by the pagoda and was completely sucked into it, disappearing. What was going on? The surrounding people were stunned. What was that pagoda? One had to know that the 9-layered lightning pagoda in the hands of the Thunder God City's old man was a high-grade artifact. However, it still couldn't block even a single attack. It was hard to imagine what kind of trump card Lin Xian had in his hands. What Lin Xian took out was naturally the Great Sage Pagoda. He first used the Great Sage to restrain his opponent. Then he held the Great Destruction Spear in his hand and charged towards the New Moon Clan's middle-aged expert. The middle-aged sage was also shocked. He didn't expect the other party to subdue someone in an instant. He was shocked. But so what? He had unparalleled confidence in his own strength. Kill. With a roar, moonlight surrounded his body and emitted endless sound waves that destroyed everything. On the other side, Lin Xian's body also bloomed with golden light. Monstrous flames swept across the sky and dyed the great destruction, spear golden. At this moment, it didn't look like a demonic artifact at all. Instead, it looked like an endless divine artifact. It was extremely powerful. Boom! The monstrous flames surged like a divine fire and enveloped the New Moon Clan's expert. At this moment, Lin Xian went all out. He used the 9 Yang divine body, the 5 elemental laws, and even the great dragon sword soul, an unparalleled secret technique. He was too powerful. One attack. The middle-aged sage of the New Moon Clan was sent flying while vomiting blood. Countless cracks appeared on his body. The pain almost made him faint. At the same time, he was stunned. How could it be? How could he be seriously injured with one attack? I don't believe it. He used the Star Moon Clan's secret technique and his broken body healed. The moon above his head kept moving up and down, emitting a sacred light. Bright moon palm. The bright moon hung in the sky. His palm bloomed with a bright light as if it had turned into the palm of a god. He slapped forward fiercely. This was the Star Moon Clan's secret technique, coupled with an upper sacred artifact. Its power was extremely terrifying. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian used many secret techniques to fight against it. When the two collided, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Those who were watching the battle from afar were all stunned. They seemed to have turned into statues as they watched in a daze. Was this really a battle between two sages? Why did it seem like two gods were fighting? Even some of the older generation figures had ugly expressions on their faces. Lin Wudi had grown to the point where they couldn't suppress him anymore. Unless a few of them joined forces, it would be difficult to fight against him alone. Boom! In front, the middle-aged man from the Star Moon Clan exchanged 3 moves with Lin Xian. Then his body broke apart and he let out a miserable cry. His soul drove the upper sacred artifact and quickly escaped. Lin Xian grabbed a golden lotus from the middle-aged man's body and smashed his broken body again. He took the middle-aged man's storage ring. As for the soul and the upper sacred artifact that had escaped, he didn't chase after them. After all, the middle-aged man still had the strength to fight. He'd better deal with the Thunder God Elder first. With a wave of his hand, the great sage tower released the middle-aged man. The old man's eyes were red. Although it had only been a short time, it was enough to make him break down. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't escape. This shocked him. What grade of sacred artifact was the other party? Now that he was out, he roared to the sky. Join forces and kill him. However, to his surprise, his companion had long since disappeared. What was going on? When he felt the other party's sacred blood and broken body, the old man's eyelids twitched wildly. Where was he? Don't tell me you killed him? The old man was terrified as he asked in bewilderment. Chapter 30, 913. That's right. Do you want to go down and accompany him? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The old man sucked in a breath of cold air, and his expression became incomparably ugly. He turned around and wanted to escape, not daring to fight anymore. Not to mention Lin Wudi's strength that shocked him. Just the pagoda that trapped him previously made him despair. How could he dare to continue fighting? Want to leave? Lin Xian reached out with his large hand, covering the sky and the sun, and grabbed the heavenly Tao golden lotus on the old man's body. The old man roared angrily. How dare you? He was really angry. As strong as he was, he only had 1 golden lotus left. If it disappeared, then his speed of comprehending nomological laws would be greatly reduced. How could he be willing to accept this? Want him or want your life? Choose for yourself. Lin Xian's voice was cold. The old man was so angry that he vomited blood. No one had ever dared to threaten him like this. However, when he saw Lin Xian want to use the pagoda again, he was so scared that his scalp went numb. Here, kid, just you wait. I will get my revenge. In the end, he gave up the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus and chose to save his life. Lin Xian had 2 more golden lotuses on his body. He felt that his nomological laws were circulating rapidly. It seemed that he was cultivating on his own again. This feeling was really great. He looked around, wanting to seize more Tao flowers. The surrounding people were already prepared. When they saw this scene, they hurriedly retreated frantically. Although treasures were good, they had to be alive to enjoy them. 2 late-stage, 5th firmament powerhouses with high-grade artifacts in their hands could not do anything to each other. Needless to say, it was them. Lin Quan retracted his gaze and looked at the cave abode in front of him. In the next moment, he turned into a ray of light and entered. The surrounding people retreated into the distance, but they did not leave. After all, this cave looked incomparably mysterious, and they did not know what treasures there were. But thinking about it, it was definitely extraordinary. So these people were waiting to see if there was any chance. After Lin Xian entered, he found that the cave abode was filled with all kinds of arrays and restrictions. It was very dangerous. He began to patiently crack them. This showed that there were definitely treasures in this cave abode. Half a month later, some of the people outside left, some were still waiting, and some new people wanted to fish in troubled waters. On this day, 2 figures flashed past quickly. "Grandpa, there are so many people here. There must be treasures." Of the 2 figures, one was an old man, and the other was a man in his 20s. However, what made everyone's eyes pop out was that the old man actually called the young man Grandpa. This was truly inconceivable. Damn it. Then how old was this young man? Could it be an old monster? Damn, it might be a living fossil. Even such a person had come in. It was not a living fossil, but it was more than 2,000 years old. I know him. He's from the Peacock race. Peacock Sage. The origin of the Peacock clan was definitely not ordinary, not to mention an old monster that had lived for nearly 3,000 years. "Grandpa, wait here. I'll ask around for you," the old man said respectfully. Then he flew over with 5-colored light on his body. He asked coldly, were there any treasures up ahead? The surrounding spectators were unable to withstand this aura at all. Thus, they recounted everything that had happened. After the old man returned, he said, "Grandpa, I've checked clearly. There is indeed a treasure. However, someone had already beaten them to it. Should we kill our way in? Who is it?" The man stood with his hands behind his back and asked coldly. The old man said, "It's Lin Wudi. He defeated 2 level 5 saints and took the cave abode." "Lin Wudi, is it him?" The peacock man's eyes flickered. Then he looked at the cave abode. A 5-colored light burst out from his eyes. Then he sneered. "So it's him. Don't worry, let's wait outside. There are many arrays in this cave abode. It's very troublesome to crack them. Why don't we let this kid crack them for us? When he comes out, we'll kill him and the treasure will be ours. Are we going to reap the benefits?" "Grandpa, that's a good idea." The old man laughed. Then the 2 of them waited there. This wait lasted for 2 months. Many people were impatient and were ready to leave to look for other treasures. Inside the cave abode, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had been cracking the arrays day and night for 2 months. Finally, he tore open the array and walked inside. The great Tao intertwined in front of him, and multicolored light shone. Among those streams of light, there was a golden light that was incomparably dazzling. Lin Xian looked carefully and found that the golden light was a page of scripture. Could it be a supreme technique? Lin Xian was overjoyed and reached out to grab it. It caused endless flames to jump. Dazzling flames erupted from the golden book and swept toward him. Lin Xian felt a stinging pain, and his face was filled with horror. It's too powerful. One had to know that his divine body was the most masculine, and the 9 suns' divine fire could destroy everything. But at this moment, the flames in front of him could hurt him. How astonishing was the power of this attack! He snorted coldly, and the golden palm became even more dazzling. At the same time, the great dragon's sword soul roared, and the power of the palm increased again. In the end, Lin Xian kept triggering the unparalleled secret technique, and finally the power was 5 times stronger. His palm was like the hand of a god. In an instant, he grabbed the page of the golden book. Then he pulled it out of the light. The page of the golden book struggled, but once it was out of the light of the great Tao, it immediately calmed down, and the light on its body was also restrained. Lin Xian held it and could feel the weight of this page of scripture. It was too heavy, as if it was 100,000 mountains. What kind of metal is this? He looked at it carefully, then knocked on it forcefully, causing countless flames to jump. Could it be the legendary sun metal? This was an extremely precious metal, a material to refine supreme, sacred artifacts. At this moment, it was actually used to write records. It was hard to imagine what kind of secrets it contained. However, in the next few days, Lin Xian's eyes turned red. No matter what methods he used, nothing appeared on it. This even made him suspect that it was just a piece of metal and had no other use. However, he felt that something was wrong. He could always feel an inexplicable aura. Obviously, something was definitely recorded on it. But how could he get it? Lin Xian thought about it, but he couldn't think of a way. Damn it, that old man Black Mountain wasn't here. Otherwise, he could ask him. Black Mountain had experienced a lot, so he might know. However, there was no other way now. He could only rely on himself. Lin Xian thought of something, and that was the Void Divine Furnace. The Void Divine Furnace was incomparably mysterious, and there were many treasures inside. Until now, Lin Xian hadn't studied it thoroughly, but he could grab a few treasures from it. If he threw this thing into the Void Divine Furnace, would it be able to refine a treasure? Chapter 39:14. Lin Xian thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. In any case, he had no clue. He directly took out the Void Divine Furnace. This Void Divine Furnace was incomparably mysterious. Its aura was not weaker than the Great Sage Tower. However, it could not be used to attack. Lin Xian threw the page of the scripture in. The Void Divine Furnace emitted an endless aura of chaos. The page of the scripture did not disappear. Instead, it floated in the chaos. Suddenly, it erupted with a brilliant light. The entire cave abode was illuminated. Lin Xian jumped. The aura within the light was too terrifying. It was as if a sun had appeared in front of him. Lin Xian felt that his body was about to be roasted. What was this thing? Lin Xian's eyes widened. He discovered that many patterns had appeared on the page of the scripture. It was like a supreme great Tao that carried a monstrous aura. It was as if divine flames were jumping one after another. Lin Xian did not know what it was. However, he knew that it was definitely a supreme treasure. Moreover, the power of the yang energy contained in it was too violent. That's great. I can use this to cultivate the laws. Moreover, I can also improve the power of the 9 yang divine body. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He sat down cross-legged to comprehend it. Time slowly passed. Another 3 months had passed. Lin Xian condensed a trace of the laws. This speed was too fast. However, there was only one chance. Lin Xian had 3 golden lotuses. His speed was extremely fast. It was comparable to decades of cultivation outside. More importantly, the divine fire that Lin Xian possessed was of the purest yang attribute. It was as pure as celadon. He was just short of an opportunity to condense the laws. Now, this page of the scripture was an opportunity. Therefore, he was able to condense the laws in a short 3 months. This law was called the solar law. This was an extremely masculine law. Once it was condensed, Lin Xian felt that his 9 yang divine body had also become stronger. Although he was unable to condense a fifth sun, his power was still a lot stronger than before. More importantly, he could now fuse the Sun Law and the Death Law to form a true Taiji. However, this step was even more difficult. It couldn't be done here. Lin Xian originally wanted to continue cultivating in one go, but at this moment, a loud noise came from outside. Was someone attacking the cave? Forget it. Looks like I'll have to find another opportunity to cultivate. Lin Xian placed a page of scripture into the illusionary divine furnace. Then, he put the void wave divine furnace away. He walked outside. Outside, there were indeed people attacking. It was the two powerhouses from the peacock race. It was that old man. He couldn't wait any longer. What was this kid doing in there? He had already been in there for more than 5 months. Could it be that he still hadn't cracked the formation? Or perhaps there was a treasure inside and it was eaten by the other party? He couldn't help but want to make a move. At that moment, the peacock man nodded. Make that brat come out. Even if he ate some kind of heavenly treasure, I will still drink his blood. After receiving the order, the old man attacked without hesitation. A terrifying light burst forth, forming a terrifying bombardment. As a result, the surrounding people all gathered. Heavens, the peacock race really couldn't hold back and were about to make a move. It had been more than 5 months, almost half a year, and Lin Wudi still hadn't come out. No one would be able to bear it. If it was outside, it wouldn't be a problem to wait for 100 years. However, this was the destined bride. They couldn't stay here for too long. Wasting 5 months was already a great waste. Indeed, the destined planet opened for a very short period of time. According to past experience, the shortest was 3 years and the longest was 8 or 9 years. This period of time was nothing to these saints. It could be said to be very short. Therefore, on the destined planet, these people were crazily plundering resources. One had to know that if one wanted to comprehend a lot outside, or even improve it a little, it would take hundreds or thousands of years. However, here, their time could be shortened by dozens or hundreds of times. For example, Lin Xian could use a page of the scripture to condense a law in 3 months. This was something that could not be done in the outside world. Lin Wudi, get out here. Not only did that old man attack, but he also roared crazily. The cave abode trembled more and more violently. At that moment, a figure walked out from inside. Who is making a big fuss here and disturbing my cultivation? Lin Wudi came out. The people in the distance stopped fighting for treasures. Instead, they stopped and looked over. They were incomparably shocked. What benefits did Lin Wudi obtain? Why do I feel that his aura has become even more terrifying than before? You are Lin Wudi? The old man's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Quickly get over here. Tell me, what treasures did you obtain in there? Show me. Are you robbing me? Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the old man. Then he glanced at the young man not far away. He snorted coldly. Old man, are you tired of living? You want to bring your grandson here to broaden his horizons? However, I have to say, you really don't know what's good for you to target me. Hearing this, the corners of the people in the distance twitched. The atmosphere was incomparably strange. The old man was also angry. You are courting death. How dare you be disrespectful to my grandfather? Lin Xian was also stunned. This young man was the old man's grandfather? He could not believe it. However, he quickly came back to his senses. He knew that in the world of cultivation, one's appearance could not be used to estimate one's age. Age meant that one was old, but that did not mean that one was old. For example, some people looked like teenagers, some looked like middle-aged people, and some looked like young people. The methods of a sage were extremely powerful. It was very easy for them to change their appearance. He looked past the old man and looked at the young man standing behind him. Then a cold light bloomed in his eyes. This person gave him a very dangerous aura. As if sensing Lin Xian's gaze, the peacock man also spoke. Since he was not cooperating, then let's do it. Yes, grandfather. The old man quickly nodded. Then an unparalleled light burst out from his body. A five-colored sickle quickly formed. It carried a terrifying energy. When the sickle slashed down, the law overflowed and illuminated the sky. This strike was capable of destroying everything. The people in the distance were frightened. The strength of this old man was not weaker than the chief disciple. He had some strength, as expected of an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. However, so what? The old man's strength was comparable to the young chief disciple. Now, Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly. He was still not afraid. The golden hand, with golden law, swept in all directions. Lin Xian used the law of the sun in an instant. He wanted to test the power of this new law of the sun. Chapter 39:15. Heaven and earth were illuminated in an instant. Even the people in the distance were blinded. Damn it, what kind of light is this? It's too bright. I can't look straight at it. Did Lin Wudi become stronger again? These people were terrified. How long had it been? The other party had become stronger again. This speed made them despair. In addition to the resplendent light, they also felt a monstrous heat wave as if a sun had descended beside them. It made their bodies hurt. Their bodies were about to split open. Boom! The sun law blasted on the five-colored scythe. It brought about a monstrous fire that burned fiercely and quickly blocked the saber. How was this possible? The peacock race elder's pupils constricted. His saber could easily split apart a top young prodigy. However, it was easily blocked by the other party. This person's strength was above his expectations. As the two of them fought, power surged. In the end, Lin Xian's sun-law was too powerful and directly burned the elder. Half of his body was ignited. He frantically retreated. A five-colored light appeared on his body and kept sweeping, trying to extinguish the flames. However, it took him a lot of effort to suppress it. Then his eyes were filled with deep shock. The surrounding spectators were also stunned. Why do I feel that his 9 sons' divine fire has become stronger? Yes, it carries the power of the laws. Has he comprehended a new law? These people were extremely shocked. The elder's expression was extremely ugly. In the next moment, her pupils abruptly shrank. That was because Lin Xian had attacked again. This time, Lin Xian used the immemorial Golden Crow's 4 strikes. Of course, he used the great dragon sword soul to evolve it. Its power was extremely terrifying. The 9 sons' divine fire, coupled with the sun law. The 4 immemorial golden crows spun in the sky like 4 suns descending from the heavens. The terrifying heat wave caused the old man to scream miserably. He could not hold it in anymore. This power was too difficult to resist. You want to seize my creation? Let's see if you can live to do so. Lin Xian attacked again. The peacock race elder finally could not hold it in anymore. His body shattered and burned wildly. Grandpa, save me. He let out a miserable cry for help. Whoa! At the back, the man who had been silently watching the battle suddenly had a piercingly cold light burst out from his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a 5-colored ray of light, which went into the hole. He enveloped the old man's shattered body and soul and brought them out. So powerful. The spectators were all stunned. The 4 golden crows were like paper in front of him. They couldn't stop him at all. Even Lin Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. This person was a little too terrifying. It was fortunate that he knew that the other party was not a young man. Otherwise, he would have thought that it was one of the people on the pilgrim rankings who had made a move. Kid, hand over what you've obtained, and I'll spare your life. I treasure geniuses very much, the man said coldly. It was rumored that there was the blood essence of the immemorial golden crow in there. From his tone, it seemed that he could kill Lin Xian if he made a move. You are overconfident. Perhaps you are very powerful. But in this place, you are at most at the late stage of the 5th heavenly layer. It is not a big deal. If you want my treasure, Let's see if you have the life to do so. It was a pity that such a top genius would fall here today. The man from the peacock race sighed and shook his head. Buzz. He made a move. As he took a step forward, the nomological laws on his body swept out wildly, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. This person was really too powerful. Lin Xian was also greatly suppressed. However, in the next moment, he roared and a golden light bloomed on his body. The nomological laws of the sun burned fiercely. He was like the sun god of war, charging forward forcefully. The entire world was completely illuminated. No one could see at all. They could only hear a thunderous sound. It was obvious that the two of them had already engaged in a great battle. There were also some top experts who had extremely cold light in their eyes. That was the light of runes. They wanted to forcibly observe the battle to catch sight of the two figures. They saw that Lin Xian's body was burning with the sun god fire. He was like the sun god, emitting a terrifying aura. He collided with the man from the peacock race. These people felt their hair stand on end, because the power that Lin Xian displayed was too terrifying. Basically, no one could withstand it. However, the man from the peacock race blocked it. Not only that, but he also attacked forcefully. The five-colored light on his body revolved around him. He was like a Dharma deity, causing Lin Xian's body to tremble continuously. Lin Xian was forced back, but he charged forward with an even more violent power. The two of them collided in the blink of an eye, exchanging more than 1,000 blows. In the end, 9 suns still revolved around Lin Xian's body. 4 of them rushed into the house, and the shadow of a dragon and a qilin appeared. He forcefully forced the man from the peacock race to retreat. He stood in the void like a Dharma deity. The man from the peacock race did not attack again. Instead, his expression was extremely solemn. Behind him, the old man who had recovered his body was even more dumbfounded. Was his grandfather forced back? This was simply too inconceivable. One had to know that his grandfather was almost 3,000 years old. His strength was terrifying, but now he was forced back by a young man. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. The man from the peacock race looked even more gloomy. A violent aura surged from his body. It was obvious that he was going to use his killing move. However, at this moment, a blood-red pillar of light shot up into the sky from the distant horizon. Then it quickly disappeared. A few powerful auras rushed over from the horizon. A rare treasure had appeared. "Kid, you're lucky. Let's go." The man from the peacock race waved his hand and brought the old man with him. They turned into a 5-colored stream of light and rushed into the distance. It seemed that he was going to fight for the rare treasure. In his opinion, the essence blood of the primordial golden crow had been eaten by Lin Wudi. After he obtained the rare treasure, he would return to find Lin Wudi and kill him. He would refine Lin Wudi's blood. That would also be very effective. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. First, he would fight for the rare treasure. Let's go take a look. The onlookers were also shocked. Although they might not be able to obtain it, they still wanted to see what kind of treasure had appeared to cause such a phenomenon. Lin Xian also looked into the distance. He turned into a golden stream of light and rushed into the distance. Now that his strength had increased greatly, how could he not go after the rare treasure? Although the Yin-Yang Hall was only a hall, it was like a world inside. It was boundless. The area of the astral sun was also vast. In the distance, some experts were dumbfounded. A blood-red 8 trigrams appeared above their heads. Chapter 39:16. Logically speaking, this kind of thing should be in a cold and gloomy area, but it appeared here. If they had sensed it, they wouldn't have been surprised. The blood-colored light carried a scorching aura as if it could burn everything. People arrived one after another. When they arrived, they were also incomparably shocked. At this moment, a great battle had already broken out, and it was extremely terrifying. Moreover, many experts of the holy city had fallen here. In the sky, The blood 8 trigrams were dyed red, and the ground was dyed red by the blood of these saints. These saints were all saints who cultivated the laws of fire and light. Their saint blood contained incomparably terrifying power. At this moment, when they gathered together, it was truly terrifying. The surrounding people hid and watched because there were a few people fighting in front of them. The power was like a vast ocean, so they didn't dare to approach at all. One of them had a head of golden hair and a sharp gaze. He held a large saber in his hand and slashed in all directions, splitting a few fifth heaven saints apart. That terrifying power made people think that the Golden Crow Prince had been resurrected. However, when they looked, they realized that it wasn't him. Although the other party also had a pair of golden wings, he wasn't from the Golden Crow clan, but from the 1,000 Demon City. It was a golden rock, and his strength was unparalleled. On the other side, a woman held a long sword, and flames danced all over her body. Her strength was equally terrifying. After killing a few fifth celestial layer experts, she and the Golden Rock started fighting. Could it be that the people of the 1,000 Demon City had an internal conflict? These people were shocked. They discovered that the fiery red woman seemed to be a demon beast, and there seemed to be the phantom of a fire phoenix on her body. Could she be from the Phoenix clan? Everyone's scalps went numb. That fire phoenix wasn't from the 1,000 Demon City, but from the 1,000 Swords Pavilion. The 1,000 Swords Pavilion was also one of the holy cities. Moreover, the sect was filled with sword saints who used sword techniques. Their strength was terrifying. Therefore, everyone was from the 10,000 ancient races, but they belonged to different holy cities. At this moment, they really didn't show any mercy. The two of them exchanged blows, and it was earth-shattering. However, in the end, they were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other, so they retreated to one side. In addition, there were some experts watching the battle. They didn't act rashly because they realized that the blood 8 trigrams in the sky didn't seem to be open yet. However, it seemed that it was about time. More and more experts arrived. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed past, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Who were they? They felt that this 5-colored light was really too terrifying. They all looked over and saw 2 figures appear there, a young man and an old man. The 5-colored divine light on their bodies seemed to be the light of the peacock race's bloodline. Could they be 2 great cultivators from the peacock race? These people discussed animatedly. The golden rock and the fire phoenix also cast their gazes over, and their expressions became incomparably solemn. The peacock clan's strength was incomparably terrifying. This time, not only were there people from the younger generation, there were even more experts from the older generation. In the face of a peerless treasure, they would not show any mercy at all. 1. At this moment, another golden light streaked across the sky and turned into a man. Like the sun god of war, he stood in the void. When the 2 people from the peacock race saw this, they snorted coldly. How dare they come here? The old man gnashed his teeth. As for the peacock man, his eyes shone brightly. This time, he would definitely capture him. The others also looked over. Who was this? He was so handsome and extraordinary. Soon, some people's eyelids twitched. Damn, could he be Lin Woody? Was it really him? As expected, he was also here, and it seemed like he wanted to snatch the treasure. Oh no, our chief disciple is not here. Some people from the sacred city had ugly expressions. Don't be afraid. Although the chief disciple is not here, the experts from the sacred city are here. We are not afraid of him either. Some people's eyes shone with piercing cold light. Indeed, there were many experts in the middle stage of the 5th heaven. There were even experts in the later stage. They were definitely strong enough to fight against the other party. Damn it, Lin Woody. Among them, there were 3 figures with flames burning on their bodies. They were so angry that they gritted their teeth. These were the people from the Golden Crow race. They hated them. Previously in the Golden Palace, their 7th prince was killed by someone. Most of their people were killed. Only a small number of them managed to escape. They did not expect to meet the other party here. They were so angry that their teeth were about to shatter. In the distance, a figure also shouted coldly, "You are Linwoody. You dared to kill the 9-headed Qilin. Come and let me send you to hell." The one who spoke was the Golden Rock. The golden saber in his hand was emitting a piercing, cold light. As an expert from the Demon City, how could he let Linwoody go? The other experts from the Sacred City were also gritting their teeth. Linwoody had killed many experts from the Sacred City. Now that they saw him, they naturally wanted to kill him. Lin Xian looked disdainfully at the 8 barren lands. The corners of his mouth raised into a cold smile. Whoever is not convinced and wants to fight, step forward. I will deal with him now. The law of the sun on his body was burning fiercely, blooming with incomparable light. Damn it, damn it. Feeling Lin Xian's aura, the surrounding people were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, the other party's strength had increased again. It was really infuriating. Kid, don't be arrogant. If my grandfather attacks with all his strength, you will definitely die. The elder from the Golden Crow race gritted his teeth and said. He was severely injured by the other party and couldn't wait to kill the other party. Lin Xian glanced at the other party and sneered. You have lived for so long, and even I can't defeat you. How dare you be here? Get lost. The peacock race was powerful, but so what? They were just tied. The other party couldn't do anything to him. Damn it. Grandfather, kill him. The elder vomited blood. The man's voice was cold. He would take the other party's life later and see how things go. His eyes were fixed on the blood 8 trigrams in the sky. Lin Xian also looked up at the 8 trigrams in the sky, a look of surprise on his face. The yin-yang 8 trigrams. He was too excited. This thing was definitely very important to him. He had to get the secret inside. Everyone was waiting for the right time. However, a few days later they were surprised. The blood 8 trigrams suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the distance. Oh no, he was escaping. Chase him. We can't let him escape. These people were anxious. After waiting for so many days, how could they let him escape? These people attacked crazily. The speed of the blood 8 trigrams was too fast, surpassing everyone. Even Lin Xian couldn't catch up with him using the Kuin Peng movement technique. They could only look at the red light from afar and chase after him. After chasing for a few days, they stopped. They realized that the blood 8 trigrams had stopped. However, this area was no longer the Yang region, but the Yin and Yang region in the middle. In this place, there was both the power of Yang and the power of Yin. The blood 8 trigrams emitted light, and Yin and Yang qi floated in the middle, turning into Yin and Yang fishes. After some experts saw this, they couldn't help but sigh. The power of Yin and Yang was too mysterious. Chapter 39:17. That's right, very few people can directly control this kind of origin energy. It's said that some ancient stars have yin-yang sect that can control this kind of origin energy. It's just that our second star realm doesn't seem to have it. Several Holy Cities experts were discussing in low voices. Don't even think about it. This kind of energy can only be found in the buried Emperor star or the origin star. Apart from that, it's very difficult to find it anywhere else. We can only cultivate some related energy, but we can't directly cultivate this kind of origin energy. Lin Xian, who was listening on the side, was also incomparably astonished. He thought of the yin-yang sect. It's a holy land of the true spirit world that can use this kind of yin-yang energy. At that time, he didn't think much of it, but now it seems that it's really amazing. After he left the true spirit world and stepped on the ancient starry sky path, he rarely saw people using this kind of origin energy. Now that he heard the words of these Holy Cities experts, he was even more astonished. It seems that besides the yin-yang sect of the true spirit world, only the legendary buried Emperor star has such an unparalleled sect. Apart from that, there's also primal chaos energy and spatial energy. These kinds of peerless abilities are also very rare. He doesn't know when he'll be able to go to the buried Emperor Star to take a look. Moreover, he also has a trace of longing for the true spirit world. After leaving that world for so many years, he wondered what it had become. Would it enter an era of martial Tao prosperity due to the revival of the 10,000 ancient races? However, once one stepped on the ancient starry sky path, it's very difficult to turn back, unless there's a special opportunity. Lin Xian withdrew his thoughts because there are experts flying over from the distance. These people are flying over from the Yinyang region. They arrived at the Yinyang region and looked at the blood 8 trigrams in the sky. This is an incredible fortune. In the surroundings, Huafeng, Jin Peng, and the others' expressions were incomparably gloomy. It seems that their opponents have increased again. Many experts came from those Yinyang regions. Some of them made them feel apprehensive. Lin Xian also saw Gao Yu and the mysterious woman in black. The appearance of these 2 peerless beauties attracted countless gazes. The 2 beauties also looked to the blood 8 trigrams with astonishment on their faces. This group of people was incomparably shocked. At the same time, their eyes were burning with passion. Such a heaven and earth phenomenon is incomparably precious. Great, they were going to be rich this time. Everyone, I think it's necessary for us to first work together to eliminate some people. Someone stood up and pointed at Lin Xian. Their goal was very obvious. They wanted to join forces to kill Lin Xian. Yes, I agree, I also agree. The people from both the Yin and the Yang sides all had ferocious expressions on their faces. Some of them were glowing like fire gods. Some of them had cold and gloomy auras, like demons. However, these people were all working together to suppress Lin Xian. Attack me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He smiled. He was just worried that these people would not dare to make a move. Since that was the case, he would not be lenient. The solar laws flew out, opening and closing, sweeping in all directions. Boom! Boom! A sun exploded, and the bodies of several saints were set ablaze and burned to ashes. Cries of agony could be heard. Do you still want to fight? Lin Xian looked disdainfully at Ba Huang. The surrounding people were stunned. Heavens! How did Lin Wudi's strength become even more terrifying than before? Killing these fifth heaven saints was no different from cutting cabbages. Gao Yu was surprised. Could it be that this guy's strength had increased again? It was really unbelievable. She realized that she could not keep up with his pace. As a proud daughter of the heavens, she could not believe it. The mysterious woman in black beside her also revealed a look of surprise. This person was really incredible. Kid, do you want to die? At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Everyone turned their heads and realized that the one who roared was the Golden Rock. At this moment, the Golden Rock's body was filled with killing intent. He was really angry. Among them, the other party had killed many of the Demon City's experts. Damn it, a few of them had their corpses taken away by the other party. What did the other party want to do? Coupled with the fate of the Golden Crow clan, there was no need to think that the other party would definitely take them out to make delicious food. How could he bear it? Kid, get over here and die. He roared, and the saber light on his body swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The entire sky began to tremble, and countless large cracks appeared in the sky. The surrounding people were horrified. Heavens, this Golden Rock was really too powerful. This was a powerhouse of the previous generation, right? His strength swept through everything. Many people swallowed their saliva wildly. The eyelids of those older generation figures were also twitching wildly. Not only was this person's law powerful, his bloodline and physique were even more terrifying. In the sky, those golden saber lights interweaved, forming a wave, and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. Those people around Lin Xian fled frantically, leaving behind a vacuum. Buzz! Lin Xian brandished his fist and smashed out. Sun Law erupted, transforming into golden crows that circled between heaven and earth. directly sending those golden saber lights flying. His body was similarly incomparably powerful. You want to make a move? I haven't eaten a roasted golden rock yet. The surrounding people were stunned. Such a terrifying saber light could sweep through everything, but it was unable to hurt Lin Wudi. Wasn't the other party too strong? He had already surpassed the average chief disciple. Most likely, not many people could suppress him. The golden rock had a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had heard that Lin Wudi was able to defeat Lei Zhen's nine-headed Qilin. He was very strong, but so what? He was not a disciple of this generation. He was a powerhouse of the previous generation. Why would he be afraid of a young newcomer? However, when he attacked now, the other party's strength surprised him. Could it be that the other party's strength was already not weaker than his? This made him unable to believe it. The Golden Rock's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. He had some ability. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. However, you are still not my match. Now get over here obediently and kneel down. I'll give you a quick death. What big words. Who do you think you are? Can you beat me? But I'm very interested in you. If you don't want to die a horrible death, turn yourself into a skewer and wait for me to enjoy. Facing the other party's threat, Lin Xian was still not afraid. He even shouted back. The surrounding people were all stunned. He was really a foodie. But thinking about the Golden Rock, what kind of scene would it be? They did not dare to imagine. This Lin Wudi was dangerous. The Golden Rock was stronger than the average chief disciple. I reckon that there will be a great battle next. Some people had already quietly retreated and distanced themselves, afraid that they would be affected by the battle later. Sure enough, the Golden Rock was so angry that his entire body trembled. No one dared to treat him like this. Even Lei Zhen and the nine-headed Qilin did not dare to. Good boy, you have guts. I'll kill you later and see if you have the guts of a bear or a leopard. Chapter 39:18. However, the moment he attacked, he felt a sense of danger. It turned out that the 1-pound Huafeng was eyeing him covetously. Damn it, could it be that this woman wants to attack secretly? Thinking of this, the Golden Rock was shocked and did not attack rashly. After all, his peerless enemy was the Huafeng. Whether it was strength or bloodline, the other party was not weaker than him. If the other party sneaked an attack on him when he was killing Lin Xian, it would be a disaster. He did not attack. Therefore, he did not make a move. Instead, he stared coldly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also stunned. You didn't attack? Why? You don't dare? Are you really afraid of becoming a barbecue skewer? Don't worry. I'm a very merciful person. I won't kill you. Cut off your wings and give them to me. I'll make 2 barbecue wings, and I'll spare your life. Brat, go ahead. I'll make you wish you were dead later. The Golden Rock gritted his teeth in anger. This brat is too detestable. We must avenge our highness. The few people from the Golden Crow race said coldly. In this place, there shouldn't be that mysterious expert interfering, right? Then he must be killed this time. 2 Golden Crow experts stood out. Their eyes were red. This time, they must kill the other party. The 2 of them attacked with peerless divine abilities and quickly charged over. The surrounding people were stunned. It seemed that the people from the Golden Crow race really wanted to take revenge. Lin Xian sneered. You still dare to come? Then go to hell to find your highness. He attacked forcefully, and the sun law illuminated the area. Beside him, illusions of suns appeared one after another, bobbing up and down. The terrifying aura made one's scalp tingle. Boom! Boom! After an intense battle, the 2 Golden Crow experts screamed miserably. One of them was charred black. There was a burnt smell in some places. The other expert was blasted apart by a punch. Ah! The 2 of them screamed miserably and fled in panic. The surrounding people were stunned. He's too strong. Even the 2 Golden Crow experts were no match for him. No wonder he could kill the Golden Crow Prince. Do you still want to leave? Lin Xian used the solar laws to unleash the ancient Golden Crow's 4 strikes. For immemorial golden crow phantoms appeared in the sky and enveloped the two golden crow experts. Then energy exploded and the two were completely annihilated. Everyone went crazy. This was really a huge irony. The elite of the Golden Crow tribe had died under the Golden Crow unique skill. This was a crazy slap to the face. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Looking at the bloody mist, he shook his head and said, I already said that you two are not my match, but you didn't listen. If that's the case, then go to hell. The surrounding spectators felt their scalps go numb. This was truly a demon king. They definitely couldn't afford to provoke him. However, in the next moment, they screamed because they discovered that someone else had made a move. Damn it, who is it? Who dares to make a move at this time? What they didn't know was that the person who made the move was surrounded by a black aura, as if he was the grim reaper from hell. He attacked forcefully. His terrifying and cold aura was rarely seen in the surroundings. What kind of person was this? Everyone retreated in fear. Lin Xian was also stunned. This person was very strong, and he even concealed his aura. Could it be that he was afraid of being discovered? Lin Xian sneered as his solar laws shone brightly. You dare to fight me? Lin Xian's solar laws illuminated the area. It burned all the cold aura. That pitch-black person didn't say anything, but the killing intent on his body became even more terrifying. His palms kept forming seals, and the cold aura around him quickly condensed. The law of darkness kept roaring and condensing into a headless night. It was too terrifying. It was as if he had walked out of the abyss of hell. The knight waved his long sword and slashed down with the law of the heavens. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. He had to admit that this divine ability was really too strong. However, he was only shocked, but not afraid. As his hands opened and closed, countless seas of fire were formed. There were also countless golden crows floating in his hands. They carried the monstrous sun and moon as they charged out. Terrifying power kept colliding, shattering all directions. Neither side was suppressed in this shadowy area. Therefore, the attacks were unparalleled. After hundreds of moves, Lin Xian roared and shot out a golden fire dragon. The divine dragon swung its tail and directly whipped that person, sending him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The black mist on that person's body trembled violently. However, it was soon covered up again. However, there were still some people who saw the other party's true appearance. They immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. What? It was actually him. It was too unbelievable. How could such a person be injured? They were too shocked. The black figure was also extremely shocked. The killing intent on his body soared into the sky. A long sword, a long spear, a wild saber, and a pagoda floated around him, emitting a desolate aura. A law weapon? Heavens, this person actually condensed so many law weapons. What was he trying to do? Incredible. Once these law weapons were released, no one would be able to resist. They were not weaker than 4 sacred artifacts. Exclamations sounded one after another. Lin Xian also frowned. Then he sneered. The law of death condensed in his left hand, forming a wild saber of death. The law of sun condensed in his right hand, forming a sun god sword. The saber and sword slashed forward together. 2 completely opposite laws appeared on the same person at this moment, causing the surrounding people to exclaim, "Kill!" The 2 roared and attacked each other. Monstrous light swept across the sky, and the surrounding people kept retreating. It was too violent. Wherever the 2 of them passed, nothing could stop them. Damn it, who was this person? How could he fight Lin Wuti to this extent? The young prodigies were shocked. However, some of the older generation snorted coldly. What did they know? It was Lin Wuti who could fight him to this extent that shocked them. Do you know where this person came from? He came from the depths of planet Tianming. What? Was he one of those young masters' subordinates? They had come as well. Some people knew the inside story and were extremely shocked. Who else could enter the depths of planet Tianming except for those on the Pilgrim Roll? These people should be the subordinates of the powerhouses on the Pilgrim Roll. Although they were subordinates, they were extremely terrifying prodigies. Their strength was even stronger than the chief disciples, because they were not from the same era. When such a person appeared, the older generation powerhouses had to retreat. But now, Lin Wudi was getting stronger and stronger. It was really unbelievable. This Lin Wudi was too heaven-defying. If he was given more time, it would not be long before he began to attack the Pilgrim Roll. If one wanted to enter the Pilgrim Roll, they had to enter the Small Saint realm first. Otherwise, they would not even be qualified. Everyone discussed as they watched the battle in front of them. In front of them, terrifying laws filled the air, and all kinds of divine abilities appeared one after another. The black figure was beaten back and kept vomiting blood. Damn it, how was this possible? Before he came, he did not take the other party seriously at all. But now he was injured, especially at the end when the death, demonic saber, and sun god sword erupted together, and there was actually a fusion power that scared him out of his wits. He quickly tore open the void and escaped. Chapter 39:19. Had he left? Such a powerful figure had actually been scared away. The surrounding people were all silent. Lin Wudi alone had suppressed everyone until they couldn't raise their heads. He was too strong. Who could resist him when fighting for the 8 trigrams? No one dared to say anything. Lin Xian occupied the sky alone and stood there. In the previous battle, he had killed 2 Golden Crow powerhouses, but they didn't have many Dao flowers on them. There were less than 500 in total. He had a look of disdain on his face. How could a Golden Crow powerhouse be so poor? As for the last person, he had run too fast. He hadn't had time to harvest. He had let the other party escape. He guessed that the other party must have mastered a secret escape technique. Under normal circumstances, he would have charged over quickly, but now was not the time. He had to get the summons from the blood 8 trigrams. Even so, Lin Xian's 3 heavenly Dao golden lotuses were still very eye-catching. Many people swallowed their saliva in envy. After all, Lin Xian was just standing there. He didn't need to cultivate. The nomological laws on his body were being tempered every second. This was the effect of the heavenly Dao golden lotuses. In the end, even the golden rock was jealous. Kid, give me your heavenly Dao golden lotuses, and I'll spare your life. Sure, give me your 2 roasted wings in exchange. Lin Xian swallowed his saliva. You're courting death. The golden rock was really angry. He slashed down with the long saber in his hand. It seemed that he was ready to make a move. The terrifying golden saber light suddenly expanded like a golden bolt of lightning. It descended from the sky, surrounded by monstrous killing intent and terrifying laws. Boom! The laws of the sun revolved above Lin Xian's palm. He struck out with his palm and hit the golden saber light. There was a thunderous sound and the void collapsed. The 2 of them were evenly matched in this exchange, and both of them took 2 steps back. Interesting. Let's try again. Lin Xian burst out laughing as he slapped out with his palm once more. It was as though an entire world was being swept out before him. The golden rock was completely enraged. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He didn't plan to hold back anymore. Even if the fire phoenix attacked secretly, he was fearless. He had to kill him. The golden saber in his hand slashed in all directions. An astonishing battle began, blasting heaven and earth apart. The people around them were stunned. They didn't expect that the 2 of them would start fighting just because of a disagreement. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian used the law of the sun to form a sun sword. Holding it in his hand, he continuously clashed with the golden saber. The golden sword and golden saber set off endless waves. The resplendent light was so bright that no one could open their eyes. These 2 people were really too strong. Even the fire phoenix had a serious look on her face. She considered the golden rock to be her greatest enemy. And now Lin Wudi was able to fight the Golden Rock to this extent. Didn't this mean that he already had the ability to contend with them? The others were also incomparably shocked. This battle had lasted for over 1,000 moves. The entire place was in chaos, and no one knew who would win in the end. From the looks of it, it would be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Even if they fought for 10 days and 10 nights, there might not be a clear winner. Some people shook their heads and sighed. However, at this moment, the blood 8 trigrams in the sky suddenly began to spin. A terrifying and mysterious aura spread out in all directions. The yin and yang qi between heaven and earth were completely mobilized, forming a yin-yang fish in the center of the blood 8 trigrams that kept spinning. Heavens, could it be that the blood 8 trigrams was about to change? It was very likely that a peerless creation was about to be activated. At this moment, everyone was excited. The 8 strange runes on the blood 8 trigrams were emitting a mysterious light. The surrounding people were completely boiling. They didn't know where the blood 8 trigrams came from, but there must be a supreme creation inside. These people's bodies were rapidly spreading out, and all kinds of divine abilities and sacred artifacts appeared one after another. As long as there was a chance, they would attack regardless of the cost. The 8 runes on the blood 8 trigrams were becoming more and more obvious, as if they were about to jump out of the world. It won't be long before the blood 8 trigrams really opens. When that time comes, we can rush in. The eyes of the saints were red. At this moment, Lin Xian and the Golden Rock were still fighting. Both of them were fighting with all kinds of divine abilities. Every attack was filled with monstrous power. The Golden Rock naturally felt that the blood 8 trigrams was about to fully open, so he was a little anxious. He wanted to kill his opponent as soon as possible. "Kid, I don't have time to play with you. Go to hell." The aura on the Golden Rock's body surged and shook the surroundings. The long saber in his hand became even colder, like a heavenly saber. The nomological laws on it were incomparably sharp. They kept slashing down, forming a sea of golden saber light. Lin Xian's eyes were also emitting a piercing light. He wanted to get the thing inside the blood 8 trigrams. Buzz! The sun sword in his hand was like an immortal light that swept between heaven and earth. The two of them kept fighting here, causing the surrounding people to not dare to get close. Damn it! These two can't be thinking of fighting their way in, right? They swallowed their saliva. The young geniuses were about to collapse. Lin Wudi's current performance had completely surpassed theirs. Even some of the older experts felt their scalps go numb. This young man was too amazing. His future was limitless. Boom! 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 Suddenly, Lin Xian activated the unparalleled secret technique, exploding out 5 times his strength. The sword struck the golden long saber. The Golden Rock's hand trembled violently. Cracks appeared on his palm, and the long saber was sent flying. His entire arm turned into ashes. Blood mist filled the air, dyeing the void red. With a muffled groan, the Golden Rock flew backward. The surroundings were in an uproar. The Golden Rock was injured. How strong was this Lin Wudi? He must have used the unparalleled secret technique just now. Otherwise, his strength couldn't have increased so much in an instant. The long saber swept across the sky and fell to the ground, causing the earth to sink and crack. Some people's eyes instantly turned red. This saber was definitely an upper-grade treasure. If they could snatch it, many people had such thoughts. Why? You dare to have ideas about my treasure. Do you want to die? At this moment, the Golden Rock shouted coldly. The surrounding people were shocked. Some people gave up on the idea, but some sneered. It was a good opportunity. One of them took out a large cauldron and directly covered the front. Countless seals appeared on the cauldron, as if it could seal a world. Another person also made a move. It was a palm, and on the 5 fingers, there was a super strong seal. This was the 5-kill seal. In addition, some people took out formation flags. In short, there were 5 or 6 experts who made a move. These people used the law to hide their true appearance. No way. Someone really dared to have ideas about the Golden Rock. Although the Golden Rock was powerful, how could the identity of those who could come here be weak? Especially some of the older experts? They didn't have a chance before, but now that they had a chance, how could they let it go? Chapter 39:20. You're courting death. The Golden Rock roared and waved his hand. The golden saber suddenly bloomed with an extremely terrifying light, causing two nearby powerhouses to be instantly sent flying. One of them was cut in half at the waist. The other person had his head chopped off. The other powerhouses were also sent flying by the saber light, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Do you all want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. The golden saber flew back, but it was sent flying by a sword. Lin Xian made his move. He would not let the other party hold the saber again. The golden saber was sent flying again and fell to the ground. Lin Xian said, "Whoever wants it, go ahead and take it. I'll stop this person." Damn, is Lin Wuti going to fight the other party to the end? Everyone was shocked, and some people swallowed their saliva. Humph, Lin Wuti, you're courting death. The Golden Rock roared and formed a seal with his palms. The golden saber bloomed with incomparable light, and he charged towards Lin Xian. Even without the saber, the Golden Rock's strength was very terrifying. He opened his wings, and the golden wings on his back slashed down like two heavenly sabers. The power was not weaker than before. Even his claws and feet were unparalleled. They were like a torrential rain, sprinkling in front of him. Lin Xian held a sword in one hand and a fist in the other, fighting against the Golden Rock. The two of them fought in close combat until the sky fell and the earth cracked. At that moment, Lin Xian slashed at the Golden Rock's head with his sword and punched at the Golden Rock's heart with his other fist. The power of the attack was boundless, and it could definitely destroy the other party. The Golden Rock's pupils constricted, and he opened his mouth to spit out a shield. It was a very simple shield with many cracks on it. In a hurry, he blocked in front of himself. With a clang, his chi and blood were in turmoil, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the shield did not shatter. At that moment, the Golden Rock revealed a cruel smile. Die. The wings on his back opened, and two golden feathers flew out. The Golden Rock's true feathers. These two feathers were too powerful. They were simply divine weapons. Lin Xian also felt his blood run cold. Lin Wuti, let's see how you're going to do it. The Golden Rock laughed sinisterly. There was no way the other party would be able to block these two attacks. No one under the Minor Saint realm would be able to stop him, let alone the other party. Not good. Lin Wuti is in danger. The surrounding people jumped back crazily. Just this aura alone was enough to make me unable to block it. Cracks appeared on their bodies. If they were hit, it would be hard to imagine. Even the 9-yang divine body would not be able to block it, unless Lin Xian was a little saint or had the same cultivation base as his opponent. But now Lin Xian's cultivation was a whole realm lower than his opponent's. It was simply impossible for him to block such an attack. Lin Xian felt an extreme sense of danger. He wanted to activate the space escape technique and escape. However, he did not do so. He charged forward, the solar laws on his body bursting with light. He pushed them to their limits, forcefully resisting the two Golden Rock true feathers. Two Golden Rock true feathers pierced through his laws and nailed Lin Xian. Puff! The true feathers pierced his body and blood flowed out. The blood carried a golden radiance, piercing through heaven and earth. Not good. Lin Wuti was injured. Was it true? Even the 9-yang divine body could not block it. These people exclaimed. Some of the older experts shook their heads. They had already guessed that this would be the result. Was he going to lose? Huafeng shook her head. It seemed that it was not possible. His cultivation base was much weaker than theirs. Even if he could block it for a while, his trump card was still lacking. The Golden Rock saw that his killing move had succeeded. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Lin Wudy, divine body, you can't withstand a single blow from me. You are not my opponent at all. He strode over. The aura on his body was extremely strong. He wanted to take advantage of his victory and finish off Lin Xian. When he arrived, he felt a chill run down his spine. His heart was beating wildly. Not good. He quickly retreated, because he discovered that the 2 golden feathers that had pierced into Lin Xian's body had suddenly flown out of his body. They turned into heavenly swords and charged towards him. Damn it! How could this be? This was his divine ability. How could his opponent control it? Stop right there! He roared crazily, but he found that he had only blocked it for a moment. The speed of the feathers did not slow down. Moreover, the distance between the 2 was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the 2 golden feathers slashed his body. With a squelch, his 2 arms were cut off. Ah! The golden rock roared to the sky. The pain drove him crazy. His severed arms fell to the ground. Not only that, the 2 wings on his back were pierced. Blood dyed the sky red. What? How could this be? What happened? What? Why was the golden rock injured? Wasn't Lin Wudy already defeated? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that, in the blink of an eye, there would be such a shocking reversal. Could it be that Lin Wudy had pretended to lose to make the golden rock careless and then counterattack? Everyone sucked in a cold breath. This Lin Wudy was too confident. Lin Xian activated his divine body. The power in his body surged and quickly healed his injuries. At the same time, he reached out his hand and grabbed the severed arm. Then he curled his lips and threw it away. It was actually 2 claws. I don't like to eat claws. I like to eat wings. Next time I'll cut off your wings. Lin Xian stared at his opponent, his eyes shining. The golden rock opposite him was so depressed that he vomited blood. Damn it! How could it be? He was injured. Although both of them were injured, Lin Xian had obviously suffered light injuries. On the other hand, he had lost 2 of his arms. Although he could recover, it was a great humiliation to him. Damn kid, I underestimated you. You actually know such a divine ability. He was really surprised that Lin Xian could suddenly control his divine ability. His severed arms grew back, blooming with an even more dazzling light. His eyes were extremely cold. Just now I was only careless. You caught me off guard and injured me. Now I know about this strange divine ability of yours. What are you going to use to hurt me next? Is that so? You can try. My trump cards are not just these. But next, I'll definitely break your wings. Lin Xian looked eager. He had eaten the golden crow, but he had not tried the roasted golden rock. This time he had to try it. However, at this moment, the 8 trigrams above his head suddenly bloomed. 8 mysterious runes, like 8 channels, cast a ray of blood-red light. Was it opened? The surrounding people were shocked. Hurry up and charge! Someone dared to charge in. In the end, he found that he had really entered. When the others saw this scene, their eyes turned red. They could not fall behind. In an instant, these people moved crazily. Soon, someone screamed, "Heavens, is this the blood essence of a saint? I feel a surge of energy." The people outside had all gone crazy. Chapter 39:21. What kind of treasure would that be? If they could be tempered, their flesh and blood could even improve their bloodline again. These people rushed over crazily. Lin Xian and the Golden Rock did not fight anymore. It was not suitable for a life and death battle at this time. The Golden Rock roared, "Get lost, all of you." He turned into a stream of light and rushed over. The golden saber that had been sent flying flew back into his hand again. With a slash of the saber, a group of saints was split apart. No one dared to stop them as they fled, crazily. Lin Xian also made a move. He reached out his golden palm, grabbed the void, and then pulled forcefully. The entire void was torn in half by him. A large spatial rift spread into the distance. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Some people wanted to resist, forcefully, but they were torn to pieces. Just like that, Lin Xian stepped onto the spatial crack and charged in forcefully. After entering, he found a blood pool in front of him. There was some blood in the blood pool. It was incomparably red and emitted a shocking aura. It seemed that it was the blood essence left behind by the ancient saints. At this time, the surroundings were already in a mess. These people were all crazily fighting for their lives. Lin Xian naturally joined in. A large hand in the air directly sent a few saints flying. Then it grabbed at the blood pool. "How dare you!" Someone roared and stabbed at the large golden hand with a spear. The other people also counterattacked crazily. At this time, no matter who Lin Xian was, if he could not defeat them, they would use all kinds of despicable methods. In short, they could not let him succeed. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian's methods. On the golden palm, Black Death laws suddenly appeared, instantly taking away the vitality of these people. The others were so scared that they retreated frantically. Lin Xian withdrew his palm. He held 6 blood balls in his hand, each of which contained pure energy. Lin Xian took out 6 treasure boxes and put them in. After sealing them, he put them in his storage ring. Then he attacked again. There were simply too many saints around. Furthermore, there wasn't much essence blood in the blood pool to begin with. Now that Lin Xian had taken away 6 essence blood, these people's eyes turned red. Some of them didn't even have one. Get lost. At this time, the Golden Rock and the Fire Phoenix rushed over. There were also some top experts who were in a chaotic battle. Lin Xian tried again, and in the end he managed to kill 3 of them. He didn't attack again because there wasn't much left inside. Furthermore, he had obtained enough. He turned into a streak of light and rushed into the distance. At the same time, he surveyed his surroundings. This world was truly too mysterious. Was it the world of gossip? The surroundings were hazy, and there seemed to be no end in sight. Damn it, Lin Wuti was too despicable. The people around were so angry that they vomited blood. 9 of them had been snatched away by the other party. What kind of shocking treasure was this? Their eyes were red. At this time, another 5-colored light flew out and decapitated the heads of several people. Damn it, a peerless expert had arrived. It turned out that 2 experts from the peacock race had walked over, especially the young man from the peacock race. His strength was shocking. Everyone knew that he was a super expert who wasn't weaker than the Golden Rock. Lin Xian didn't care about the blood pool anymore. Instead, he flew forward. He wanted to go to the center of the 8 trigrams because he remembered correctly that there were yin and yang qi there. He wanted to fuse tai chi there. At that time, his strength would definitely increase again. Whether it was the Golden Rock or the peacock, he would kill them all. At this time, there were people in all directions. Everyone also charged towards the depths. They all knew that the most precious thing should be in the innermost area. As soon as Lin Xian approached the area, countless attacks were thrown at him. He didn't even see who the other party was. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and formed a seal. Stellar transposition. This force was sent flying by him. It drew a strange arc in the air and hit his right. Immediately, several screams came from the right. It was obvious that someone had been killed. As for who it was, Lin Xian didn't know at all. He wasn't in the mood to care. Lin Xian's body shone brightly. The image of a Qilin surrounded him. He strode over like a god fiend. Damn it, it's Lin Wuti. What? He came so quickly? The surrounding people screamed in horror. They originally thought that Lin Wuti, the Golden Rock, and the others would be fighting in the blood pool. Could it be that the outcome had been decided so quickly? This person is too strong. We can't get the treasure with him here. How about we join forces to kill him? Someone in the darkness said. He was hidden in the void. No one knew who he was. But the surrounding people were indeed tempted. If they joined forces, there was still a chance. Good. Someone nodded in agreement. The person in the darkness directly attacked. He shot out a piercingly cold ray of light. It was a painting of 800 miles of mountains and rivers. This wasn't an ordinary painting. It could refine a saint alive. It was a powerful saint artifact. 800 miles of mountains and rivers surrounded Lin Xian, completely sealing him off. As for the others, they quickly attacked. Peerless mystical skills, accompanied by the laws, quickly descended. Some people also took out saint artifacts and swept through the area. In an instant, the space where Lin Xian was completely submerged. At this moment, more people rushed over from afar. The Golden Rock came, the Fire Phoenix came, and the Peacock Powerhouse also came. When they saw Lin Xian being surrounded, they immediately sneered. Then they sped up. Damn it, these people are all here. What should we do? Quick! Let's join forces to kill Lin Wudy first. The attacks didn't weaken. Instead, they became stronger. Lin Xian roared. He directly exploded the void and channeled the energy into the dark void. At the same time, his eyes were filled with monstrous, killing intent. Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. These people were not as strong as him in a one-on-one fight, but together, they formed a terrifying force. The previous attack had also injured him. He was really angry. He took out the great spear of destruction and erupted with an aura that could destroy everything. The entire void was completely exploded, and a few saint artifacts were completely sent flying. Those mystical skills were also torn apart. Blue sea tide. There was a green light in Lin Xian's eyes. It was emitted and swept in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding saints all hugged their heads and screamed, "Retreat quickly." He knew my techniques. The soul attack was really too strong. Some people frantically retreated. Lin Xian, on the other hand, used the Heaven Qi mystic skill and stared at the person in the darkness. Do you think I can't find where you are? With one attack, it was earth-shattering. It directly blasted that person out of the void. It pierced through his heart. Then it blew his body up. That person screamed, "Damn it!" A small purple flag fell from his body. This small purple flag was a saint artifact. He originally thought that with it he could hide in the void and no one would discover him. He didn't expect that the other party would discover him in an instant. Chapter 39:22. He was no match for Lin Xian at all, so he rode the purple flag and quickly escaped. Boom! The man fled very quickly. In an instant, he had escaped into the distance. He heaved a sigh of relief. Great, he had finally escaped. However, in the next moment, an earth-shattering energy directly blew him up. This attack was too powerful. Even his soul couldn't escape. The purple flag tore through the void and escaped by itself. Was he dead? The surrounding people were shocked. Was it Lin Wudy who did it? Lin Xian was also taken aback. He wasn't the one who did it. He looked into the distance. It turned out that there was an earth-shattering battle in front of him. A peacock man with 5-colored light was fighting with the Golden Rock. That was a terrifying attack, just now. It was the explosion of energy when the two of them fought. It directly enveloped the escaping saint. That was why he killed the other party. The others also frantically retreated. It was too terrifying. Now, it was not a matter of snatching more treasures, but whether they could survive in the battle of these experts. Look, what did that man from the peacock race catch? Some people screamed. It turned out that the two of them had already fought deep into the battle and grabbed a treasure from the yin-yang qi. It was a blood-red battle robe that emitted a terrifying aura. At a glance, one could tell that it was a peerless treasure. Some people were terrified. Could it be made from the skin of a saint? And it wasn't just one saint, but a bunch of saints. These people's scalps went numb. If they wore the battle robe, their defense would definitely increase by several times. No wonder the peacock man attacked. No wonder the Golden Rock was jealous. Hurry, hurry, go inside. There might be other treasures in the yin-yang qi. The surrounding people went crazy and quickly rushed in. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he dashed over. He didn't attack the battle robe. He didn't need it. He believed that as long as his divine body evolved again, It could overcome all defenses. What he was looking for was the purest yin-yang qi. It was something that could allow him to form Tai Chi. There weren't many people in front of him, but each of them was abnormally powerful. They worked together to tear open the void and rushed in. Get lost! Someone roared angrily and struck out with lightning. On the other side, ghostly energy filled the air. There were also blade lights and sword shadows that filled the sky. The void in front of him exploded. What kind of pill was that? Heavens, could it be the yin-yang pill? Someone screamed. They discovered that there were few pills floating in the void palace in front of them. They were black and white and looked extremely mysterious. This was a pill formed from the condensation of the yin and yang of heaven and earth. It definitely contained supreme power. Hurry up and snatch it. The eyes of the experts from the holy city had turned red. In an instant, the mystique nomological laws in their hands became even more mysterious. It looked like they were going to go all out. Scram! Do you think you can take the yin and yang pill with just you? A cold laugh sounded out. Then a big hand slapped down. It was a huge hand that was glowing with multicolored light. There were feathers on it, and it was extremely terrifying. In an instant, several experts were sent flying. Their bodies were all shattered. Damn it, who is it? Who would dare to attack them at this time? These people looked over angrily. In the next moment, they saw an old man walking in the air. The aura on his body was surging. An expert from the peacock race. Some people's scalps went numb. The other party's multicolored divine light was too terrifying. They could not resist it at all. Of course, there were also people who sneered. So what if it was the peacock race? They could not retreat here, even if it was the heavenly king. A person shrouded in black fog rushed over. The aura emitted from his body was extremely terrifying. It was him. He had fought with Lin Wudi before. Although he lost, he was able to leave calmly. Someone screamed. The old man from the peacock race also snorted coldly. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He used the peacock mystique and rushed forward. The black figure sneered. Many cold, nomological laws rushed out like chains. The two collided, and a terrifying force swept in all directions. Those yin and yang pills were enveloped by yin and yang qi. They floated in the air and were not affected. However, the surrounding sages were sent flying by this force. Some of them even had half of their bodies turned into blood mist. Damn it, get lost. Humph, don't think about taking it all for yourself. The two people in front of them were really angry. However, at this moment, a golden light slashed down from the sky. Yin and yang pills? That's mine. I'll kill whoever dares to touch it. What followed was an extremely berserk voice. The surrounding people went crazy. Who was that? He was too strong. He slashed at the two powerhouses with a saber. It was Jin Peng. He was here. Someone screamed. The old man from the peacock race and the black figure felt their scalps go numb. This saber light gave them a fatal sense of danger. The two of them did not fight anymore. Instead, they retreated frantically. Boom! The saber slashed down, and the sky collapsed. No one could stop it. In the next moment, a figure emitting a monstrous light walked out. It was Jin Peng. He looked disdainfully at the surroundings like a god fiend. Get lost, or you'll die without a burial place. Damn it, he was too arrogant. Why? This was not the territory of the demon city. Some people were not convinced. They were no match for him one-on-one, but they could take him down together. If you don't want to leave, then die. The saber in Jin Peng's hand bloomed with incomparable light. The terrifying saber light swept across the surroundings. All sorts of miserable shrieks instantly rang out, rising and falling one after another. No one was a match for him. Even a fifth celestial layer expert would be split in half by his blade. No one could block that attack. Even the old man from the peacock race felt his hair stand on end. He regretted it madly. The black figure from the depths of the heart of destiny also had a cold expression as he hid in the void. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of trash. How dare they have designs on the treasure? Jean Peng laughed loudly when he saw the people around him being beaten up miserably. Who would dare to take what he had set his eyes on? He strode forward in large strides. At the same time, he stretched out his golden claws and grabbed at the yin and yang pills in front of him. Oh no, he's going to snatch it away. Damn it, that's a creation of heaven and earth. I might be able to condense the laws of yin and yang after eating it. Those people were extremely jealous. However, the saber strike just now had traumatized them too much. They did not dare to go forward now. They were not in a hurry. Such a treasure must have a powerful defensive formation. He could not have broken it so quickly. Some people still had hope in their hearts. However, they soon fell into despair because the yin and yang aura did not obstruct it too much. It only floated in the air, allowing the golden claws to envelop the yin and yang pills. What? There's no formation. Damn it! Are we really going to be taken by Jean Peng? The surrounding people were in despair. The old man from the peacock race also screamed. Grandpa, where are you? Chapter 39:23. The Golden Rock was overjoyed. Originally, he thought that he would have to use some means to get it, but now it seemed like it was as easy as blowing off dust. Great. He was overjoyed. He got it. He might be able to break through to the minor saint realm. At that time, his strength would undergo earth-shattering changes. He would even have a chance to enter the pilgrim list. Buzz! However, at the last moment, a golden crow flew out and blocked his sharp claws. Damn it, how dare you stop me? The Golden Rock was furious. The surrounding people also screamed in horror. Could it be an expert of the Golden Crow clan? Perhaps only the Golden Crow clan dared to fight against the Golden Rock. The Golden Rock was also angry. Was there anyone left in the Golden Crow clan? Wasn't the Golden Crow prince killed by someone? Who was it? How dare they be arrogant in front of him? He turned his head, his eyes like a sharp golden blade cutting through the void. He was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned, because they found that it wasn't an expert of the Golden Crow clan, but a person who looked like a sun war god. Lin Wudi. They screamed. Damn it, this kid's divine ability was very strange. He could evolve a lot of things. This Golden Crow was evolved by him. Lin Wudi and the Golden Rock were fighting again. Were they going to continue the previous battle? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Golden Rock was completely furious. He attacked aggressively. The golden long blade, the terrifying golden rock feather, and the terrifying defense erupted together. The entire space was completely charged by the violent force. Lin Xian was even stronger. After he arrived, he stared at the yin and yang pill, his eyes bursting with a piercing cold light. This pill was extremely beneficial for him to condense Tai Chi. He would never miss it. So, he didn't say anything. He also attacked aggressively. The Great Sun Sword and the Death Demonic Blade were displayed by him, sweeping in all directions. This place was completely destroyed. Those who were watching the battle were also sent flying. Some were directly killed. Run quickly. These two top experts were fighting. If they were too close, they would definitely die. So, these people all evacuated in an instant. What yin and yang pill? Saving one's life was the most important. In the air, a black figure was also sent flying while vomiting blood. His face was filled with dissatisfaction. He originally wanted to hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity, but now he couldn't. Every space in front of him was filled with destructive power. He couldn't stay any longer. The old man from the peacock race wanted to hold on for a while longer, but he soon spat out blood. Half of his body had been shattered. He was so scared that he screamed and retreated. He had to hurry and find his grandfather. Otherwise, the treasure would really be taken away by these two people. Brat, you've completely angered me. The Golden Rock's bloodline power was fully unleashed. Rock's fury. He spread his wings, and those feathers turned into countless wild blades, rushing over like a flood. Do you think I'm scared of you? Lin Xian wielded the law of the sun and used stellar transposition to form a golden vortex that sucked in the terrifying saber light. They were all shrouded in golden light. Then they pushed back. The two forces exploded again. The violent aura caused Lin Xian and the golden rock to continuously retreat. At this moment, a snow-white little monkey was rushing through the turbulence. He came near the yin-yang pill, and then the small bowl on his head directly covered the yin-yang pill. Yeah, I got it. Little White cheered with the small bowl on its head. Damn it, damn monkey, go die for me. The golden rock was completely furious. What was going on? They couldn't withstand this place. But someone could stay. And it was a monkey. And he even stole his yin-yang pill. Leave the pill for me. He roared crazily, and the long saber in his hand turned into a dragon that rushed out. Little White made a funny face and jumped into the void, disappearing without a trace. In the next moment, he returned to Lin Xian's side. He didn't know if it was delicious. Little White sat on Lin Xian's shoulder and began to think about the yin-yang pill. Lin Xian hurriedly said, "Little ancestor, leave the thing to me. I'll find you some supreme-grade spirit fruits." "No, I want to drink monkey wine." Little White negotiated. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Okay. I'll give you whatever you want. Deal." Little White narrowed her eyes, then took the yin-yang pill and entered the black earth. Great. Lin Xian smiled. This thing would be a step further for him, to condense the true Taiji diagram. The golden rock opposite him was completely mad. Damn it, it's this damn brat again. He wanted to kill him previously, and now he even stole his fortune. How could he tolerate it? Kill! With a roar, laws appeared. Heaven and earth trembled as if the entire world was about to shatter. Run! Everyone frantically fled the area. They knew that the golden rock had completely gone crazy. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian roared, and a dragon's roar came from his body. The great sun sword in his hand shot out streaks of golden dragon sword chi. The power of the sword chi also increased exponentially. The two of them fought in an earth-shattering manner. The golden rock was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it! He still couldn't do anything to the other party. In the distance, an even more terrifying aura filled the air. There were also screams. The golden rock knew that other places also had rare treasures. Brat, just you wait. I'll snatch the yin-yang pill one day. Your life is also mine. After saying that, he slashed out again, then turned and left. If they continued fighting, he wouldn't be able to kill him. The other party might even die together in the end. This wasn't what he wanted. He'd better seize the other fortunes first. When his cultivation increased again, he'd kill the other party as easily as flipping his hand. Lin Xian didn't attack anymore. He snorted coldly and also rushed in another direction. The aura in front was even more terrifying. Moreover, there were ghostly wails and howls. There were even fifth heaven sages who ran out with their souls. His body was completely shattered. What's going on? What happened? The surrounding people were terrified. That was a late-stage fifth heaven expert. He could definitely defeat everyone with his strength, but at this moment he was in such a sorry state. The person who escaped had a face full of terror. Dead, they were all dead. In an instant, 5 late-stage, fifth heavenly layer cultivators had died inside. It's too scary. I don't want to go in there again for the rest of my life. He trembled in fear and quickly fled the area. What? Did all late-stage, fifth heaven experts die in there? What is that place? It's too scary. I'm afraid no one can go in there. They knew that there might be an earth-shattering summon inside, but they couldn't go in. There was nothing they could do. The fortune is mine. At this moment, a figure descended. His body was blooming with 5-colored light. It was the expert from the peacock race. Everyone was shocked. This person was very strong. However, some people shook their heads. No matter how strong he was, He couldn't go in unless a real minor saint came. These people shook their heads and sighed. Chapter 39:24. However, the man from the peacock race had an extremely arrogant expression. He was wearing a battle robe, and a terrifying aura was trembling. Endless laws flew forward rapidly. The space in front of him was torn apart. What? This battle robe was actually obtained by him? The surrounding people were all stupefied. The battle robe was made of at least 10 saint skins. It was extremely powerful and had unparalleled defense. With it, it could block all attacks. It seemed that he really had a chance to enter. These people's eyes were red. The peacock man rushed in with a super strong battle robe. Not long after, another person rushed in. This person had a burly voice and a surging aura. There was a bead above his head. That bead was as big as a millstone and emitted a terrifying aura. It even transformed into an illusion of a golden lion that enveloped him. He also rushed in forcefully. Heavens, who was that person? He should be from the golden lion race. Was that a sacred artifact on his head? These people were terrified. No, it was an inner core. However, it was probably an inner core left behind by a great ancient demon after its death. Its power was not inferior to a top sacred artifact. The aura in front was even more terrifying. Could it be that the two of them had a huge battle inside? The people outside watched from afar. It was very likely, but they did not know who won and who lost. Both of them were extremely strong, and the trump cards in their hands were even more terrifying. They were probably evenly matched. Not long after, there was a sudden rumble in front of them as if the sky and earth were collapsing. Two figures rushed out. Their faces were covered in dirt and injuries. Damn it! The man from the peacock race roared as he tore through the void and left. The surrounding people were all stunned. What happened? Could it be that neither of them obtained the treasure? Moreover, it seemed that both of them were injured. Heavens, they were wearing super battle armor and had a terrifying inner core. Even that couldn't block it? The golden lion glanced at the people in the distance, shook his head and said, "Don't go. There's no treasure inside." It was a corpse, a rotten corpse with a terrifying aura of death. Damn it, who said that there was a treasure here? At the end of his words, the golden lion roared. After the two of them went in, they almost died inside. If it weren't for the terrifying trump cards in their hands, they probably wouldn't have been able to come out. When the others heard this, their scalps went numb. A corpse? They didn't know whose body it was. But thinking about it, he definitely couldn't afford to provoke them anymore. Let's go quickly. They all fled from this place and went to other places. The mysteries of the 8 trigrams were as if there were 8 worlds within it. Therefore, they quickly traveled through space. In another space, the surrounding people were crazily attacking. They discovered that there were yin and yang energies in this space. They actually condensed into an ancient building. It was extremely mysterious. Everyone was moved and charged in. They discovered that there were actually traces of people living inside. To be able to leave behind a relic here, one had to be an incredible saint. Everything they used contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Hurry up and snatch it. If you can obtain it and wear it for a long period of time, you will definitely be able to increase your comprehension of laws. These people were all crazy. They quickly attacked and snatched. Tables, chairs, teacups, and bowls were all snatched away. There were even people who fought until rivers of blood flowed for a table. Lin Xian had also arrived. He directly entered the 3rd level. It was the uppermost level. He found that it was a bedroom. The pillow was not bad. Lin Xian reached out a hand to grab it. But at this moment, there was a delicate shout and she put down the treasure. Immediately after, endless fiery red sword light rushed over and turned into a monstrous sea of fire, blocking Lin Xian's palm. Who was it? Lin Xian was surprised. There was still someone who could block his attack. He turned his head to look. He saw a beautiful woman. She rushed over with a murderous aura. "Are you Lin Wudi? Get lost. I won't kill you." This woman was incomparably cold. as if she could kill the other party as soon as she attacked. "It's you." Lin Xian was also surprised. The other party should be the Fire Phoenix of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. "That mirror is not bad. Take it. It might be useful to you. This pillow is mine." The pillow also carried a powerful yin and yang aura. He didn't know what treasure it was carved from, but thinking about it, if he could cultivate in his sleep in the future, how wonderful would that be? Therefore, Lin Xian was confident that he would succeed. "Everything here is mine, including this pillow," the Fire Phoenix said coldly. Lin Xian sneered when he heard that. "What a big appetite! Aren't you afraid that you'll be stuffed to death?" He was so angry that he laughed. Previously, he thought that the Golden Rock was arrogant enough, but he didn't expect the Fire Phoenix to be even more arrogant. Did she really think that this was her territory? Lin Xian didn't care at all. Instead, he reached out to grab the yin-yang pillow. In an instant, he held it in his hand. "How dare you!" The Fire Phoenix was furious. How dare he disobey her orders? He deserved to die. She slashed out with her sword. The terrifying sword light circled in the sky and turned into a flaming phoenix that rushed over. From the looks of it, he wanted to kill Lin Xian completely. "Get lost!" Lin Xian countered with a palm strike. It slapped on the biting cold sword light, causing heaven and earth to tremble. The entire yin-yang ancient building shook violently. The sword chi didn't break. Instead, it was sent flying, but the light on it dimmed a lot. Lin Xian retracted his palm in surprise. What a biting cold attack. It seemed that the other party had comprehended the sword law in addition to the law of fire. The sword was originally meant for attacking. The law of sword was even more fierce. Everyone in the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was a terrifying sword saint, and their power far exceeded that of their peers. Now it seemed that it was true. "It's useless. You're no match for me at all. My cultivation is stronger than yours. And now I can fight above my level. What do you have to fight me?" The Fire Phoenix walked over domineeringly. The flaming sword light on her body jumped. "Sword Saint?" Lin Xian put away the yin-yang pillow completely, turned around, and revealed a smile. "Very well, then let's compete in sword skills." He was also a swordsman. Although he didn't condense the law of sword, Lin Xian's sword skills weren't weak at all. Other laws were enough to make up for it. Coupled with the great dragon sword soul, his attack power was even stronger than the law of sword. "You want to compete in sword skills with me?" The Fire Phoenix's eyes were filled with disdain. If the other party used the law of death or the violent law of the sun, the other party could fight with her. But in terms of sword skills, the other party was probably 108,000 meters away from her. "Lin Wudi, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you're omnipotent? In terms of sword skills, I'll give you a handicap of one hand." Lin Xian also laughed. "It's been a long time since someone dared to challenge me in sword skills. You want to challenge me? Well, if I use a special ability outside of sword skills later, then it's my loss." Lin Xian pulled out the unparalleled sword, and a terrifying sword intent emerged from his body. Chapter 39:25. The Fire Phoenix's eyes were filled with disdain. She didn't say anything else. She estimated that she could kill the other party in 3 moves. The flaming sword slashed out and slashed downwards. Sword chi crisscrossed the sky. That power was really too strong. It surpassed all the previous supernatural powers. Lin Xian laughed and slashed out with the unparalleled sword. The long sword drew an arc in the air. The terrifying sword light brought with it a vibrating power. It directly entangled the other party's flaming sword light. Then the two collided as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. How could it be? His sword technique. The Fire Phoenix was surprised. Although it was just a simple exchange, she could clearly feel the exquisiteness of the other party's sword technique. Although the other party didn't have the sword law, other laws combined with the sword chi still displayed unparalleled power. Humph! Her face was completely gloomy. No wonder the other party dared to compete with her in sword technique. It seemed that he was also an expert in the sword Dao. However, no one could compare to the 10,000 swords pavilion in sword technique. Next, the Fire Phoenix displayed a set of sky-burning sword technique. The terrifying flames and sword chi seemed to be able to burn for 9 days. This sword technique was known for its violent and fierce nature. Above Lin Xian's sword chi, the Sun Law revolved around it. It was incomparable and swept across the area. It was as if one sun after another exploded in the air. The other party was fierce, but he was even more violent than the other party. He could destroy everything. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. The Fire Phoenix discovered that her sky-burning sword technique was suppressed. How was this possible? She really couldn't believe it. As a sword saint, it was necessary to have the sword law. If they couldn't condense the sword law, then they wouldn't have the face to be called a sword saint. Once they condensed it, their attack power would reach a terrifying level. It was far beyond the same level. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one dared to contend with a sword saint of the same level. And now, her cultivation was higher than the other party by a large realm. Logically speaking, if she wanted to kill such a person, she could probably kill him with a single sword chi. But now, her peerless sword technique was actually suppressed by the other party. Then, how strong was the other party's attack power? However, what shocked her even more was that the other party didn't have the sword law at all. This made her unable to understand at all. Without the sword law, he could still display such a powerful sword technique. What kind of trump card did the other party have? Lin Xian was also surprised. Although he did not have the sword laws, he had the great dragon sword soul. His attack power was extremely strong. The fact that his opponent was able to fight him to this extent showed that he was indeed an expert in the way of the sword. It looked like Xiao Chen had to think of a way to comprehend the laws of the sword after he condensed the taiji. As a swordsman, it was impossible without the law of sword. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light as he thought about his future path. The Golden Palace was extremely mysterious. Other than the Yinyang Palace, there were other palaces. He remembered that the Hall of All Life should be able to help him condense the law of sword. Thinking of this, Lin Xian coldly shouted. He wanted to end this battle quickly. 9 suns opened the sky. With a roar, the flames on the unparalleled sword burned fiercely, turning into a huge sword that reached the heavens, illuminating the entire sky. As of this moment, the people off in the distance, as well as on the first and second floors, could sense what was happening. Heavens, who are these people fighting? What a terrifying sword intent. Humph, are we going to have a big showdown? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The Fire Phoenix also roared. 9 days of Phoenix dance. There were a few phantoms of phoenixes circling around her longsword. They were equally powerful. Boom! 2 peerless attacks landed, clashing in midair and exploding violently. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The light and sword chi enveloped everything. The Yinyang Tower was completely overturned. The experts in the tower who were fighting for the treasures spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with fear and despair. Outside, those who wanted to rush to the Yinyang Tower were swept away by a peerless sword chi. Some of their bodies were shattered, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, it was too scary. There were peerless sword saints fighting inside. The commotion here alarmed everyone. They all looked towards the 3rd floor. They wondered who was so terrifying. The aura on the 3rd floor was so strong that it seemed like it could destroy the world. Gradually, the 2 figures separated from each other. Lin Xian had a sword wound on his body. His body was covered in golden blood. However, at this moment, the sword wound was rapidly healing. On the other side, the Fire Phoenix covered her body. Her body was trembling slightly. There was also a sword wound on her body. Furthermore, this sword strike was even deeper. It had nearly split her entire body in half. Even her internal organs were severely injured. What was even more terrifying was that she couldn't erase the sword chi on it. As a result, her injuries were getting worse and worse. Damn it, what kind of law was this? She was too shocked. She didn't expect to lose to the other party in swordsmanship. Kid, just you wait. This isn't over. The fire phoenix turned around and flew down. She didn't dare to stay here any longer. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I'm looking forward to it. I hope that the experts of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion will come again. To be honest, he was really surprised that the fire phoenix was able to injure him. One had to know that the golden rock couldn't injure him previously, but the fire phoenix injured his body. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion, huh? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. As a swordsman, the other party's swordsmanship had aroused his fighting spirit. His body was filled with laws. He activated his divine body and began to repair the sword wound. Although he was injured, he didn't care. The other party's injuries were more serious than his. If they really fought, he was confident that he could kill the other party. Look, someone is coming down. Inside the Yin Yang restaurant, the people below were terrified. In the next moment, they saw a beautiful person floating in the air. It was the fire phoenix. She was injured. Who injured her? These people were terrified. After the fire phoenix arrived, she snorted coldly. Lin Wuti was despicable and shameless. He injured me when I was snatching the treasure. I think he should have gotten the treasure. What? Lin Wuti injured her? Lin Wuti must have plotted against her. The fairy said that it was a ploy. These people were shocked. Some gritted their teeth, and some had fiery eyes. What treasure was it? The fire phoenix's eyes flashed. She sneered. Listen carefully. That is the yin-yang inheritance. If you cultivate it, you can directly obtain the yin-yang power. After saying that, she tore through the void and left. The surrounding people were really crazy. It was actually such a peerless inheritance. Damn it, they definitely couldn't let Lin Wuti get it. Everyone, let's work together to kill this despicable person. These people quickly rushed over. On the third floor, when Lin Xian was recovering from his injuries, he heard these words. Suddenly, a fierce look appeared in his eyes. A woman's heart was really the most vicious. He attacked the other party? He obtained the yin-yang inheritance? The other party was talking nonsense. Chapter 39:26. But now, no matter what he said, these envious people probably wouldn't believe him. So he didn't say anything. When those people came to the third floor, Lin Xian directly used 9 suns open the sky. The berserk, sword, chi sent all of those people flying. A few of them were directly destroyed in body and soul. Even their souls didn't have time to escape. The others were also seriously injured. Their eyes were filled with fear. Damn it, we've been deceived. That fire phoenix woman is detestable. They now understood that Lin Wuti had ambushed them. What a joke. With such strength, was there a need for a sneak attack? It was obvious that Fire Phoenix had been injured in a head-on battle. As for Fire Phoenix's other words, the yin-yang inheritance, they also felt that it was very suspicious. Forget it. There might not be an inheritance. This woman probably wanted to kill them with a borrowed knife. These sages had lived until now. Which one of them wasn't a shrewd person? They instantly understood. Therefore, they didn't find trouble with Lin Xian anymore. Instead, they began to look for other opportunities. Lin Xian left the yin-yang ancient building and flew into the distance. The people around him were still fighting and snatching treasures. In the distance, there was an even more monstrous light flickering. However, Lin Xian didn't make any more moves. He had already snatched several treasures. He felt that it was about time to start breaking through. Now that he had the 2 laws and the yin and yang pills, as well as this yin and yang energy, he felt that he could start cultivating Tai Chi and let it truly appear in the world. He rushed towards a place with fewer people, but he didn't leave the yin-yang area. Fortunately, the space here was vast. Lin Xian finally found a secluded and quiet place. There was nothing here. Only the aura of yin and yang filled the air. He set up more than 10 defensive array formations. After all, he didn't know how long it would take for him to break through. It would be troublesome if he was ambushed. Sitting down cross-legged and feeling the yin and yang aura around him, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and began to circulate. The Tai Chi art was in his body. The sun and death laws constantly circulated and intertwined, causing half of Lin Xian's body to be pitch black like a demon. The other half was golden like a god. These two powers could coexist in his body now, but they couldn't truly intertwine. Tai Chi, on the other hand, allowed these two powers to fuse together perfectly. Just like that, Lin Xian sank into cultivation. A month later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. There were indeed changes. At this moment, he had 3 heavenly Tao golden lotuses, the yin-yang space, and the 8 trigrams revolving around him. It could be said that the timing was right. Lin Xian's cultivation speed had advanced by leaps and bounds. It could be said that he had traveled 1,000 miles in a day. In the end, he took out the yin-yang pill, sensing the mysterious aura it contained. Lin Xian excitedly swallowed it. As the yin and yang pill entered his body, the yin and yang energy quickly spread throughout his body, rushing into every part of his meridians and blood. Then Lin Xian took out the yin-yang pillow and lay down on it. Then he began to practice Tai Chi from afar. It looked as if Lin Xian was sleeping. However, he was not sleeping. He was cultivating. On Lin Xian's body, the yin and yang energies were constantly circulating, sometimes terrifying, sometimes bright. Just like that, time slowly passed. In the 3rd month, the golden rock killed in all directions and finally obtained a yin-yang treasure bottle. This made him ecstatic. In the 5th month, the fire phoenix also killed in all directions and obtained a treasure. It was a mirror with yin on one side and yang on the other. It contained 2 completely opposite powers of the laws. Once the yin-yang mirror appeared, it swept through all directions. These people's strength increased greatly, and they were full of confidence. Then they searched even more crazily. Apart from the yin-yang hall, there were also all kinds of battles and killings in the other halls. In the endless sea of lightning, Lei Zhan bathed in it. He was like a god that had been reborn. Ever since the heavenly hall opened, he had entered and never left. No one knew what he had obtained in there, but the occasional lightning aura that came out of it made some of the older generation experts shudder in fear. They knew that Lei Zhan must have obtained an incredible opportunity. When he came out, he would definitely shock the world. In the Earth Hall, in a mysterious place, there was a pool of blood. Fresh blood was boiling in it, and there was a terrifying aura of blood. And in this pool of blood, there was a person sitting cross-legged. It was a handsome young man. He was the 9-headed unicorn. At this moment, the illusory figures of the unicorn and the 9-headed sky snake appeared behind him. It kept roaring, and it became more and more condensed. It was as if it was really going to cross time and space to be resurrected. The bloodline power of the 9-headed unicorn was growing stronger every day. By the time he made his move again, his strength would have undergone an earth-shattering change. In another place in the Earth Hall, a great battle was breaking out. A slender man was fighting with the saints around him. His body was covered in blood, and he was severely injured. However, his eyes became brighter. Behind him, there was a divine tree that reached the sky, releasing a terrifying aura. It gave the man an extremely strong vitality and recovery ability. In the end, he killed all the strong enemies and laughed proudly. He was the North Beast. At this moment, the North Demon's aura had undergone a tremendous change. It seemed that his bloodline was awakening further. After all, the myriad beast body was very strong. If he hadn't been captured by the people of the Fiend Planet and suffered for those years, his strength would have shocked the world. Although he was delayed for a period of time, with this special Golden Palace and Black Mountain's guidance, more importantly his bloodline talent. At this moment, The North beast's cultivation and strength had increased by leaps and bounds. When he appeared again, he wouldn't be weaker than those top geniuses. In the human hall, the Crimson Dragon rushed out with a dirty face. Behind him, an ancient ruin was destroyed. That terrifying aura made all the strong cultivators tremble in fear. The Crimson Dragon was also injured. However, he was like an old monster, laughing loudly. Ha! It seemed that he had obtained a shocking treasure. Beside him, a black figure rushed out and asked, "Brother, how did it go? Did you get it?" This figure was actually the Toad. Who would have thought that these two fellows would come together? Who knew how many people they would harm? At this moment, the aura of the Toad was even more obvious. On its back, there were countless strange runes. With a single look, one could tell that it was extraordinary. He got it. The Crimson Dragon nodded. The Toad grinned. "How is it? I was right, wasn't I? There's an ancient ruin in the north. Let's go together. What are we waiting for? Let's go." The Crimson Dragon's eyes were red. The two of them turned into streaks of light and rushed into the distance. In another space within the human palace, there were countless gigantic stone steels, all of which contained a mysterious power. There were many strong cultivators around them, tempering their bodies and evolving their bloodlines. At the front of the stone tablets stood a figure. It was a beautiful figure, like a holy maiden. Countless people looked up at her with envy. Chapter 39:27. This person was Morong Chingcheng. The seven-colored light on Morong Chingcheng's body was even more mysterious. She was trying her best to comprehend the laws on the mysterious stone tablet. The fact that the laws could purify one's bloodline made Morong Chingcheng very happy. Although she wasn't a member of the Phoenix clan, she had the seven-colored Phoenix bloodline, which was extremely precious. However, the more precious a bloodline was, the harder it was to awaken it. She didn't have the Phoenix clan's inheritance, so she could only rely on herself. Everyone was cultivating. The 5 halls of Roland's Golden Palace were like heavenly paradises. It all depended on whether one had the strength and qualifications to obtain them. At the same time, outside of Roland's Golden Palace, in a mysterious place on planet Tianming, no one could come here and no one could find it. The spirit veins here were extremely terrifying, even more so than anyone had ever seen before. The spirit veins converged to form a spirit spring, which jingled and emitted the aura of the great Tao. Any saint would be envious if they saw it, and within this spirit spring there was a person floating. It was a beautiful woman. Her eyes were tightly shut as if she was sleeping. However, her body was emitting a resplendent light. The spirit spring was constantly flowing into her body, then out again. If Lin Xian were here, he would definitely recognize her. This sleeping woman was Shen Jingqiu. Although Shen Jingqiu hadn't entered Roland's Golden Palace, she definitely had a great fortune. Everyone was fighting for their own fortune. Some people's eyes were red, as if they had gone crazy. Just like that, a year passed. Over the past year, everyone's strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. They were much stronger than before. This made everyone happy. This was only Roland's Golden Palace. Who knew if there were other treasuries on planet Tianming? In this year, they felt that their strength had increased as much as it had in a few hundred years outside. Moreover, their strength was still increasing. In a secluded and cold place, yin and yang energies revolved around a figure lying there, seemingly in a deep sleep. However, the aura on his body was extremely strange and terrifying. Half of his body was glowing with a holy light, while the other half was pitch black like hell. However, these two opposing forces were actually intertwining with each other. It seemed like they wanted to fuse together. Furthermore, he had already fused most of it and would succeed very soon. Sure enough, after a few days, the two fused together perfectly, forming a pattern of the yin-yang fish. At this moment, the figure lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. One of his eyes was as black as a millstone, while the other was as golden as the sun. With a loud roar, the yin and yang energies in his body began to circulate rapidly. The terrifying aura that he exuded shattered the world around him. Did he succeed? The figure roared at the sky. He was too excited. This person was none other than Lin Xian. After a year of hard work and the various fortunate encounters he had, he finally managed to merge the two forces of yin and yang together. The death law and the sun law intertwined with each other. A Taiji diagram was formed in his hand. The power of the Taiji diagram was many times stronger than when the two were used separately. Great! Lin Xian's eyes were filled with boundless excitement. Finally, he succeeded in forming Taiji. His current strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. If he had encountered the fire phoenix or the golden rock from before, he was confident that he could easily defeat them. Of course, he also knew that the other people in this place would also obtain fortuitous encounters. Perhaps their strength would also undergo an earth-shaking change. But so what? He had boundless confidence in himself. No matter how powerful the things they obtained were, they would not be able to compare to his Taiji. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged again. He did not leave. Instead, he took out the primordial blood essences he had obtained. He took out 5 balls of blood essence. 5 fist-sized balls of blood circled around him. Lin Xian used a secret technique to nourish his divine body and rapidly absorb them. As for the other 4, he gave them to the dragon's sword soul. The dragon's sword soul was nourished by the energy within. The dragon's sword soul's absorption speed was extremely fast. The 9 yang divine body's absorption speed was not slow either. It was completely absorbed in 2 months. Lin Xian felt that his body had become even stronger. The 5th of the 9 suns on his body had become even more resplendent than before. It seemed that he would be able to successfully condense the 5th sun on planet Tianming. It would allow the 9 yang divine body to take another step forward. It was time to make a move. He wondered how those people were doing. Lin Xian thought of the golden rock, the phoenix, and the others. His eyes shone with a piercing cold light. He could not wait to test the power of Taiji. Buzz! He turned into a yin-yang bolt of lightning, tore through the void, and flew into the distance. The blood-colored 8 trigrams had 8 spaces. At this moment, countless people were screaming in one of the spaces. Heavens, look at what that is. They discovered that there were countless black shadows floating in the runes of the 8 trigrams. Is that a weapon? Is that a sacred artifact? The yin and yang energies were tempering the weapon. Heavens, if such a weapon was formed, how terrifying would its power be? These people's eyes turned red. Some people also screamed, "No, it's not a complete sacred artifact. Look, it's not completely formed yet." However, it had already taken shape. As long as it was tempered with all its strength, its power would surpass that of an ordinary sacred artifact. That's great. A sacred artifact was infinitely attractive to every saint. How could these saints not be jealous? Hurry up and make a move. These people rushed forward as if they had gone mad. However, this time a crisis had erupted. These sacred artifacts had been tempered by endless aura and had fallen into a deep sleep. After countless years, they had long gained spirituality. At this moment, when they sensed that someone had attacked, they erupted with an incomparable light. A sword light pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, instantly blasting 3 saints away. On the other side, there were trembling spear lights, pagodas, and large cauldrons floating up and down. Those saints who had attacked all flew back with serious injuries. Damn it, it was too terrifying. These sacred artifacts had already gained spirituality. It would not be easy to subdue them. Quickly spread the news and let our people come. These saints quickly spread the news. They might not be able to get it, but the powerhouses of the holy city would definitely have a way to get it. The news quickly spread. After the powerhouses in the other spaces learned about it, they immediately took action. They had to get their hands on such a treasure. It would be best if they could get all of them. This way, the strength of their holy city would definitely increase by leaps and bounds, and they themselves would be able to obtain many sacred artifacts. Think about it. In a battle, no matter how strong the opponent was, as long as several peerless divine artifacts were used, you would be reduced to ashes. Get out of my way. The peacock race has taken a liking to this place. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. An old man surrounded by 5-colored light stood in front and roared. Chapter 39:28. Damn it, he's too despicable. Does he want to take it all for himself? Many sages were instantly enraged. There were also some who were terrified. They recognized this old man. This old man was very strong. However, there were still people who could fight against him. The terrifying one was his grandfather. That peacock man's strength was terrifying. He was not weaker than Goldenrock and Fire Phoenix. Moreover, he had obtained a Sage Battle robe previously. Its defense was shockingly strong. Probably not many people could break through his defense. Moreover, it had been more than a year. He must have obtained other opportunities. How strong was such a person? They did not dare to imagine. My grandfather is already on his way. He will be here soon. You'd better leave obediently. Otherwise, when my grandfather arrives, none of you will be able to survive. The old man in front was very arrogant. Some people's scalps went numb as they retreated in fear. However, there were also some experts who thought that he was strong and did not retreat. They all had trump cards and backgrounds. Some even snorted coldly. They wanted to kill this old man first. Someone attacked. A terrifying light flew out. Countless great path, laws filled the air. This attack could tear everything apart. A late-stage level 5 expert from Tsongtian had attacked. Everyone screamed in fear. The peacock man sneered. He did not know what was good for him. He took out a blue fan and waved it forward. On the fan there was an extremely cold aura. Countless ice overflowed and filled the air. In an instant, the other party's great path laws were frozen. Not only that, but the entire space had been completely frozen. The late-stage 5th Firmament powerhouse who had attacked had his arm covered in ice. Soon, half of his body was frozen. Moreover, it continued to spread. Damn it. That person was so frightened that he quickly retreated. At the same time, his body shone brightly. Flames burned as he tried to resist. However, he could not resist at all. In the end, he turned into an ice cube and exploded. Only his soul escaped. What? The power was so terrifying. The people around felt their scalps go numb. Some of them who thought that they could fight back now had extremely ugly expressions. In their imagination, this old man was not so terrifying. It's that fan. I remember that this should be a treasure that his grandfather snatched from the hands of many experts. It had an extremely cold aura. When the fan was used, it would freeze the world. He originally thought that it would be in the hands of the peacock man, but he didn't expect it to be given to this old man. Many people were terrified. The old man looked up to the sky and laughed. How is it? Do you know how powerful I am now? Even I couldn't stop him, let alone my grandfather. Hurry up and scram. As he spoke, he struck out a few more times. Instantly, the surrounding ice spread rapidly. When the people in the distance felt this aura, they were so scared that their scalps went numb. They quickly fled. Damn it, this is too despicable. There's no need to be afraid. He has treasures, but does he think we don't? This year, everyone had their own opportunities and someone walked out. This person was a demonic beast with flames burning on his body. It was unknown what his true form was. However, his aura was extremely terrifying. He was also at the late stage of the 5th firmament. After the old man finished reading, he sneered. Do you think that just because you cultivate fire, you can be compared to my ice? You are too naive. As he spoke, he waved his fan. Terrifying ice laws rushed out and enveloped the world. The great demon roared angrily as many fire laws appeared on his body to resist. But very soon, he discovered that his flame laws had been sealed in ice. The surrounding people sighed. No, the gap between the two was too big. Everyone thought that this great demon would be frozen and suffer a terrible fate. However, at this moment, the great demon took out a branch. It was a branch that was red like fire. The moment it was taken out, it was as if the sun had risen, and the surrounding ice melted quickly. Then the two were in a stalemate. It was blocked. Chang Tian, what did he take out? It was a branch. No one knew what it was left behind. The flame aura on it was too terrifying. It could actually block the ice. No wonder he could stand out. Everyone was discussing. Next, a few people also took out treasures. They were either extremely cold or as bright as the sun. In short, they had an extremely terrifying aura. As long as they waited for their experts to arrive, they would be able to start snatching and killing. The remaining people watched from afar to see if there was a chance to fish in troubled waters. On this day, another figure hurried over at high speed. There was the aura of treasures here. There were so many weapons. What a good place. Someone came. Was it an expert? No idea. It seemed that there was only one person. How dare he be so arrogant? Was he courting death? These people were discussing animatedly. The people in front sneered. At this time, only the few major forces could contend against them. The others were courting death if they came. However, when they saw the person who came, they were stunned. Wasn't that the kid? Lin Wudi was actually still alive. He hasn't appeared for more than a year. I thought he had fallen. All sorts of voices were heard. Indeed, in the past year, they had seen the figures of many experts. Some of them had even risen quickly. However, they didn't see Lin Xian. They thought that Lin Xian might have explored some terrifying ruins and died inside. They didn't expect him to appear again. It's you. The people in front naturally saw Lin Xian, and their eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. In particular, the elder from the peacock race was trembling all over. Kid, you're not dead. That's great. Let me personally send you to hell. He hated the other party too much. Previously, the other party had snatched too many treasures that they had taken a fancy to. Moreover, the other party had defeated him. What was even more infuriating was that the other party had dared to challenge his grandfather. This undoubtedly made him produce a biting, cold-killing intent. However, previously he didn't have the strength to fight against the other party. The other party was too strong and could contend against his grandfather. However, it was different now. In the past year, their strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. His grandfather had obtained a lot of good fortune. Even now, he had obtained an ice fan. Its power was terrifying and could freeze a late-stage, 5th firmament saint. Kid, get over here and die. Hand over the meridian blood in your body. The elder from the peacock race stood up and shouted coldly. Lin Xian glanced at the other party. So it's you, trash. How dare you shout in front of me? Ask your grandfather to come out. Today, I'll send the two of you to hell together. Damn kid, do you want to die? The elder from the peacock race was furious. The current me is no longer the strength I was a year ago. Just now, I easily injured a late-stage, 5th firmament saint. Do you think you can resist me?